So I had told when all right, 9 o'clock. Let's call this meeting to order. Ron is, yeah, it's on. It's on. It's on. Yeah. Is there, Ron is clerk? Is there any additions to agenda?
No, Chairman. There's no additions to the agenda.
Very good. The following items will be discussed on a non-appointment basis, not necessarily in the order listed. County Council, would you read the items to be discussed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We've got, looks like 6 items on the closed session for today's meeting. Item number 2A, conference with labor negotiators. The county negotiators are Deputy CAO Adrian Caleb and Ken Caves. All employee units are up for discussion on that item. The second item is conference with legal counsel existing litigation, and that's the Madera County Farm Bureau versus Madera County case. Item 3, conference with legal counsel existing litigation. This is a recent case that was filed in federal court, Ronald Jones et al. Versus the County of Madera. Item 4 is request for closed session, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation. There's 1 case up for discussion on that item. The 5th item is public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The title of the position is Director of Social Services. And the final item on the closed session agenda is public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The title of position there is Veteran Service Officer.
Very good. I have a quick question for County
Council. Just for the record, County Council, are all of our postings according to the Brown Act?
Yes, as far as I know, and I think Rhonda can confirm that, but as far as I know, all the postings are in accordance with the Brown Act.
Right. The reason I asked that is being written that we're not complying, and I want to make sure that the public understands that we are fully in compliance with the Brown Act. We're not purposely trying to hide things. There's some items you can't discuss publicly, and that's what the closed session is for. And I get a little tired of the litany and the lies and the vitriol that someone keeps trying to throw out there to smirch this board when we're trying to do our job. And I would say that rather than being a whistleblower report, it's more like a Chicken Little report where the sky is always falling. So anyway, enough said.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Supervisor Rogers' comments. And not only are they properly reported here, it's the integrity is not only in report but also within closed session. So
That's
thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
report by the county council on closed session items.
Yes,
Any
thank you.
report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No action was taken this morning in closed session. The closed session will resume this afternoon on the remaining items.
Okay. Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation by John Purcell, Pastor John Purcell. Please stand.
Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We thank you for a beautiful sunny day. Thank you for all the blessing of the rain and all that's been happening in our state and in our county. As we approach you this morning, we look to you for your wisdom. We look to you for your help. We thank you for everyone that will participate in this meeting today. And Father, I pray that you will, just in a spirit of peace and unity, bring us into that place where your blessings may rest upon our county. Thank you for these that sit in the seats of authority and decision. We ask you to give them your blessing and your wisdom today as they make decisions. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah, been a crazy month of deaths up in the mountains, and I'm going to go over a few. I lost a lot of friends this month already. I'm going to start with Mary Lou Holly Riggs. Her and I went to high school together, one of my first girlfriends, actually. And her husband, Jerry, has been a volunteer fireman in Milwaukee for probably 50 years. So, and Kevin Walker passed away at 51 years old, very young. His dad and I worked years together went to school together, too, and worked together on the Circle W Ranch. And then Roy Bissett, long-time family up there from the 1800s. When I first moved up the mountains in 1958, we lived on the corner of 222 and 41, and him and his sister Adele, we rode the bus to Sierra from that corner all the way down through Friant, all the way over to Sierra, 2 hours and 15 minutes one way, and he passed away. Alice Bishop, they moved up to North Fork, her and her husband Jerry, probably 35 years ago, and two of her sons worked for me at the Circle W Ranch. And very good, a great family. And then Michael Rack from Wani Course Code area. Him and his wife have been very good friends, and he was too young. And then Bob Main died, and when he moved up to the mountains, I was coaching soccer. I coached girls soccer teams for about 10 years, and his granddaughter started playing, so he asked if he could help. And he had all kinds of, he's been coaching for years at schools, and he even coached soccer at Minarets High School when they first started the soccer program. Lee Craw, he went to Clovis, but he moved up in the mountains when he's right out of high school and moved to North Fork, actually, and we played 1,000 games of basketball together, and he also worked at the Sierra High School as a bus driver, and he was the teacher training of bus drivers for the CHP also. And then John Lewis David, a lot of you probably know him. He taught at in the metal shop at Madera High School until he retired. I think he taught there for 20, 30 years, and he lived up in the mountains, and he passed away. So it's just some great people that's passed away this month. So I just wanted to honor them and open and close the meeting today in their honor. So thank you.
That's a lot of people, Tom.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Can I add one to that list that I missed last month? It was Richard Hallert. He served on the Rancho's Water Committee, as well as pretty much anything else you could think of out in the Ranchos. He was a great community member. Always had a positive outlook. He was one of the two that didn't quit on me. I always really appreciated everything he did. He was a retired architect and just loved his community, and he'll be missed.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Rogers?
No, I don't have anything here.
Fine. Okay, we'll go to item 4.
Supervisor
Public comment?
I'm sorry, Chairman Rodriguez, we had another one in memory of they wanted to open and close with.
Oh.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to honor a long-term county employee. Last month, we lost Sandy Padilla. She was a member of the public health staff, and if you know Sandy, you know that she had the biggest smile and the biggest heart in our county. And she was not, she'll be missed for her advocacy. She loved children, the children in her neighborhood, in the nearby schools. We got involved. We adopted Sierra Vista Elementary School because of her desire that the public health department take an interest in the neighborhood school. And she was not above calling the Madera City Council to advocate for the streets, the lights, and safety. So we are going to miss her terribly in the department, and I just want to let you know that she was a wonderful, wonderful employee and person.
So
Thank
young.
you.
So young.
Yes, very young.
Public comment?
Public comment. The first 15 minutes of each regular session is set aside for members of the public to comment on any item within the jurisdiction of the board but not appearing on the agenda. Items presented under public comment may not be discussed or acted upon by the board at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public is invited to comment at the time the item is called for consideration by the board. Any person addressing the board under public comment will be limited to a 3-minute presentation to ensure that all interested parties have an opportunity to speak. Any handouts to the board must be submitted to the chief clerk of the board for distribution to the supervisors. Anyone addressing the board needs to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium. Also, all persons addressing the board must state their name and county of residence for the record.
I think Rob and then Tom and me.
Please sign the sheet, please.
My name is Grady Billington. I live at 517 Shannon in Madera, California. Thank you for the opportunity to stand before you. We have a special event going on at the Fossil Summer Center in February, and Michelle Pazina, the manager of the Fossil Discovery Center, is here to make a presentation, and I introduce to you now Michelle Pazina.
Thank you, Grady. Members of the board, again, as Grady stated, I'm Michelle Pacina, and I live here in Madera. I'm enjoying very much my opportunity to serve at the Fossil Discovery Center of Madera County, and we're proud to say that. It's a beautiful building, which I'm sure you've all been out there. And in keeping with what the meeting started with, I think you all have heard the name Lori Pond. Lori Pond was a very active citizen here in Madera. She served in community service as recently as the board president for the Rotary. She also, of course, was our president on the San Joaquin Valley Paleontology Foundation. And she was a business owner at her Valley Pistachio, a business there off the highway. She was also my neighbor, and I like to remember her as a good friend. She passed away untimely in November, and we very much miss her. I have to drive by her house every day, and it's a very sad thing for me because she was such a vital force in this community. As Grady was saying, we're holding an evening of remembrance on February 17th. David Rogers has graciously said that he would speak for her that evening. And this was her favorite activity that we had there at the Fossil Discovery Center. We have a wine tasting with 5 local wineries represented, and we'll be having a remembrance of her that evening. So we'd like to invite all of the Board of Supervisors to be there in attendance to honor her memory. And I believe I leave the information with you. And thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Does anybody else want to speak?
I have something, I think, Brett. So, as a business owner, I received this, and I wanted to see if this was something that would affect the county as well. I don't know if it does, but the Department of Labor released the listing of FUTA credit reduction states for 2016, and California and the Virgin Islands are on that. So it ended up costing small businesses $126 per employee, which for us came out just under $6,000. I think if this was something that impacted the county, I mean, we could look at like $250,000. So I know we talked earlier, Adrian, but there'd be something to be important. And those of you in the audience, this affected every single business that you deal with. Call your state senator or assemblyman, because basically what the reason this is being collected from businesses in California is because the state of California took out a loan from the Federal Unemployment Trust Fund, and then they just haven't paid it back, so all the businesses have to now pay that back for them. So, this is a huge hit to any business. I talked to the gas station guy that owns the gas station out in the Ranchos. He had to pay $500. It was retroactive back to January 1st of 2016. This is just another incident of the state not paying what they're supposed to, and the businesses having to take that over. So, if you can, call your legislators and say, pay your bills.
Maybe we ought to write. We ought to write.
Wait a minute. Brad, question for you. When they borrowed from that funding, was that during the recession when the huge unemployment?
I don't know.
I think that's when it happened. They borrowed because they didn't have the money to.
Well, they have
To pay unemployment.
Right. Yes.
But they have excesses now, and they decided not to pay this back, and the businesses have to. So
Should we
the
write a
only
letter
two,
from the board?
The only two, I think maybe I can bring it up again in pending legislation, and maybe look at a letter drafted from the board regarding this. I think is a good idea.
To the governor
An
and
illegal tax to me.
Yeah.
Supervisor Poitras?
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, and Madera County stakeholders. I have the high honor at this. Oh, first of all, I'm Robert Poitras. I'm Madera County Supervisor. Someday I'll get a nameplate over there, so you can see who I am. Right now, I'm just
You got to earn it.
blank. I got to earn it. After maybe 3 or 4 years or so.
Yeah, we'll get you there.
All right, that'll work.
Mr. Poitras came from across the street. So.
I felt very welcome so far, so thank you so much. I'd like to take this, I have the great honor right now of introducing an individual who's going to not only mean a lot to me and deliver a lot and really help me out, but he's going to be a great asset to the county, to the organization, and to our citizens. I'd like to introduce my Chief of Staff, Anthony Duhan. Anthony's a great guy. We had 16 people apply for this position, and there were some great folks, and I really appreciate those who have participated in the panel, and my colleague Brett Frazier, who after the final 5, he said, I sure am glad I'm not in your shoes to have to select from this final 5. And so we've got a great guy here. Anthony grew up here in Madera. He's from the first graduating class of Madera South High School in 2009. He went to Fresno Pacific, and then he, during that period of time, he was in an internship with Congressman Denham, and then after he graduated, he was able to go back to D.C. and work for the congressman there. He also did some work for the RNC and as well as Newt Gingrich, a special project. And most recently, he ran the Congressman Denham's campaign in the congressional district of the Northwest. And as we know, he was successful in spite of $7 million from the opposition that fought that was for the other side. So with that, I'd like to introduce Anthony, and any words that Anthony would like to share. Here you go.
I just want to say thank you for the introduction. I'm really excited to be able to be involved and be back in Madera. It's always been a dream to be able to come back and be involved. So, Yeah, it's been a whole 6 days, and just hoping to figure this all out, but very excited to be working with everybody. Thank you so much.
All right, Anthony.
Excellent. I got one. Yeah. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. Some good news is that at my place, I've been keeping a range gauge since 1980 up in the mountains, and we usually average about 32 inches of rain a year. So far this year, I've got 45.42 hundredths of an inch so far. And just this month alone, I got 26.67 inches. And yesterday, Sunday and Monday, I got a little over 6 inches of snow. And Friday, I had 3.5 inches of snow, but I had all the rain Saturday and washed it all away. So now I got new snow after that, and it's still up there. I had to put my pickup in four-wheel drive to get down, but we're finally getting some rain up there, and everything's running. So
A lot of rain.
it's really nice.
As of today, Governor Brown declares a state of emergency in counties across California following severe winter storms. Yeah, that happened today, this morning.
Wow.
Yes.
Drought's not over, though. We need to still stay vigilant and try and get as much storage as we can. So just because it's raining doesn't mean that our
Amen to
water
that.
problems are gone.
Oh, they haven't even started to be gone yet.
Okay, item 5, consent calendar. Thank you.
I have a question on one item.
Supervisor Wheeler?
On item O, how many HIV patients do we have in Madera? We got that more money coming in for that?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I don't have the figures for you. I meant to bring it, but I didn't get around
Just
to it.
email
So I'd be
it to
more
me.
than happy to bring back the information.
Yeah, just email me, text me or something.
I will.
I just
But
wondering.
We have, the neat thing is that as HIV funds are decreasing because of our low caseload, we've done such an amazing job in supporting the current caseload that we have, that the state is giving us additional monies.
Cool.
So we were able to recently receive over $100,000 to be able to integrate behavioral health and nutritional services for our HIV-positive clients.
Yeah.
And it was a competitive grant, and we received it.
Bob, question for you. Supervisor Wheeler asked for the numbers, but is those numbers, are they increasing? Do you know that?
So
Or decreasing?
for our county, they are, I would say that we are well below our neighboring counties.
Very good. Good.
Okay.
So it's not the number of new infections, not necessarily, but supporting the ones who have the disease because it's considered a chronic disease.
Yeah, if you could even.
Supervisor Dave Rogers?
I have no question yet.
Well, go ahead. He's got a...
I have a couple of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The next one is the item P, the ash slough.
That's my question.
Cleaning that out. It says that we're going to pay 11.47% of it, and state is doing the rest, the feds. Why is that didn't we have flood district dollars that could be used for that 11.47%, or is that?
Good morning, Supervisors. Jared with Public Works. This item is actually for the bridge project itself and through the HBP program, so it doesn't necessarily have to do with the cleaning of the canal. The issue with the bridge right now, which is actually closed, is that we have a severe scour issue with the piles and bents on the bridge. Caltrans.
In other words, they're not stable on bedrock.
Correct. So this contract right here is for a consultant to help us with looking at design to replace or make improvements to the bridge so that it's structurally sound, and we can, utilize it and not have to deal with the issues we're dealing with right now where the flows come and we have to shut the bridge.
Well, it looked like it was, when you said scour, I thought that meant clean up or do something.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Scour is just basically the wear and the way that the bridge elements down.
Well, and that's the reason I thought we could use flood district dollars, because I thought that, they were going to clean up the canal some too, so.
Yeah, so I don't know that we can use flood control dollars to match against that, but historically, we've used other transportation and road funds for bridge replacement type projects. Part of the work will include doing work to the channel to get that reestablished the way that it should be as far as the grades that are out there.
Yeah. This is a very heavily traveled bridge.
Yeah,
in fact, that was my question.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah. It's in my district. It's Avenue 25 near, it's on just before just after the S turns coming east. And a lot of people live out there and use that bridge, and I got a lot of phone calls on that. So I'm really happy to see action taken on this. Of course, I emailed you guys, and you're Johnny on the spot. Thank you. This is one of those bridges that just has to be fixed.
I'll have one more.
Yeah, I got one more, and it's item C, the Community Economic Development Department Environmental Health Division on the wastewater treatment plants. First of all, you guys did a great job on this. I want to thank you for redoing this and bringing it up to date. It's really a great job. The only thing is, on page 10 on the backup, it's got, the 6-inch risers that you're talking about above the grade and all that. And it says that we can cover those. I really don't want to do that. I think they should always be up, and there's all kinds of decorative items they can put around if people don't like it, but I can tell you I've probably been to 100 yards, and 99% of them you can see those 2 pipes sticking up, and if they get covered up,
you'll never find them.
You'll never find them. And myself, personally, this is 25 years ago at least. I lived on the ranch house, and in the garage, there were the septic where they put the garage over it afterwards. I wanted to put a cement floor in it, so those were there, so I actually put tapered things over the top of it and poured the cement up to it, and then put a handle on that so I could pull them out to get to it. And it's a good thing I did, because a couple years later, I had to get into it. So if it wasn't for that, and if people have them under the ground and they sell that place, trying to find them is like finding a needle in a haystack. And the cost, I know, I talked to all the staff on this, and I really appreciate your input, but the little bit of a cost that it will be for that sticking up is minimal to what it's going to cost those people when they have to have a septic person come in and work on it. So, thank you, Dexter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
My comments we're going to be very similar to Tom's.
All right, then let's go to
Dexter wanted to say something on it.
Yeah, Chairman, members of the board, Dexter Marr, Environmental Health. Supervisor Wheeler, I support your recommendation, and I will make the changes.
Okay, and then it'll be ready to go.
Yes, so all septic tank risers will be at grade.
Beautiful. Thank you guys so much. That's what I like about our staff, man. I tell you, they do a great job.
Item Z, regarding the change for East Narcola. This change is going to be okay with the state, and we can proceed with this? Can we do this emergency well rehab?
Good morning, Supervisor. Jared with Public Works. As you can see in the letter, this one and one of the other items, we've been trying to get this signature resolution corrected in a way that the state would accept it, and apparently they're making some changes, and they keep kind of making changes. So this should get us to where we need to have the signatory authority to move forward with the funding on these projects.
We've already vetted it through the state in terms of they're going to say, yeah, that's fine. If it's signed, this will do it. We don't have to bring it back next meeting.
Hopefully.
Well, I know we make no guarantees, but we've had the discussion with who's holding it up, and they seem to be comfortable with this so that we can get this.
Yes, as far as we are aware, they are going to accept this resolution.
Okay. If you need any help, let me know.
Explain, let's see, item X, Norm, can you explain that to me? The MOU with Clayton Water.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my agenda is the draft one, so it's out of date. So there's an MOU with the Clayton Water District. So Sustainable Groundwater Management Acts requires a level of coordination and cooperation, which, as you know, have been a part of, is quite considerable heretofore, our outreach program. In having MOUs for a groundwater sustainability agency, who may or may not be in the same GSA as us. The board has directed that we put MOUs together with any entity that is creating a district where we have land use authority.
Right.
So this is actually commensurate with your board direction.
Right.
It's been a good process. Julia Berry put it together. I'm just moving it along quickly, but she did a very good job of putting it together. This is one of the districts that I don't know if there's a meeting being discussed at LAFCO tonight, but some of the LAFCO members will know these are reorganization going on in these two districts. Part of the issue was just getting it all together in time to form the agency, which you'll see at the 10 o'clock item. We don't think we're going to be there.
That's tomorrow night.
It's tomorrow night, but the situation is that in forming our GSA, once they get on their feet and they start to fly as a district again, they would then go back to the state. We've already worked with DWR so that they could form their own GSA. Yes.
So they can,
in the future, yes.
In the future, so
yes.
Any new district can form their own GSA?
Sure. So the discussion has been with the state, and Julia's not kicking me for saying anything wrong yet. So you can step in. So the discussions have always been, though, let me just say this, the discussions have always been at the state level is they don't think this process is static, which means when you form your GSAs by June of this year, right, which is the deadline, doesn't mean that's your only chance and it's going to be that way time immemorial.
Right.
No, we're just talking about how they can make their own GSA.
Okay, so the California Water Commission hasn't taken formal action to say that they're going to open the door again for GSAs. However, the staff has, made motions toward the opportunity for that. So there's no official action yet for that to happen.
So they haven't taken action to prohibit it, but they haven't taken action to allow it either.
Well, the only thing we know for sure is that June 30th is the first deadline to form GSAs, and there have been some suggestions by staff that there may be another opportunity with the door open, but there has been nothing official that has been happening at the state level for that.
Okay.
I think the hitch in all of that is the cooperative element, and that is that any GSA is going to have to cooperate with the other GSAs on the GSP. Mm-hmm. And if they fail to do that, to put that in layman's terms, the groundwater sustainability agencies have to cooperate on the groundwater sustainability plan. Otherwise, we have an at odds, which the state will come in and take care of for us, essentially. So it's important that they cooperate. I had a quick question for County Council. Is there anything prohibiting me from attending the LAFCO meeting tomorrow night on the subject of the
Clayton Water.
Triangle T
formation. Triangle T formation. Does that come back to us as a board? And there are already 3 board members on that, so maybe Norm can clarify that for me.
So the meeting itself is governed by the Brown Act and is noticed. So if you were in the audience, again, that's a personal decision for you,
right.
But it is a noticed Brown Act meeting. I will say that the action that the county took in the reorganization is final. In other words, when we passed our resolution,
right.
6 months ago or a year, I don't remember when it was
formed.
Well, basically, there's 2 parts to that process. There's the part where the county consents to this happening, and there's a part where LAFCO has a role in it.
Oh, okay.
The county's portion has been satisfied.
Okay.
We're complete with our portion. It's now for LAFCO to finish. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So in making a comment, I wouldn't be violating the Brown Act on you.
No, you would not. In the event that it was to come back before the board at some point for some sort of approval, which we don't think it would come.
On an appeal or something?
Right. Then you could certainly disclose
that
any previous comments at a LAFCO meeting at that time and recuse yourself from any
We might not let you talk.
You would have to
Let me,
I would have to recuse myself.
Well, let me
possibly, yes.
Let me say this very, very delicately.
Yeah.
The Board of Supervisors doesn't have oversight of LAFCO. In other words, LAFCO's decision is
right.
final. So I can't see an opportunity. That's why I'm saying this delicately. I can't see an opportunity where LAFCO's decision would come before you because, again, they're organized under state rules.
Okay,
saying this very politely.
So the appeal would be to them.
There is no appeal of a LAFCO action other than to a judge. Yes.
Okay.
That's not an appeal. It would be some legal action.
That tells me everything I need to know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was delicate.
Good morning.
Thanks, Julia.
Good morning.
Mary Linda, and members of the board, I'm sorry. I'm here to talk about item on the consent calendar 5B. Our audit is
audit that was presented to the Finance Committee for Community Action Partnership, and we identified 2 areas that needed to be corrected, and they are not in your package, so I wanted to bring them to your attention.
Thank you, Eric. I thought it was on. The first item is on page 12. It is in regards to the line of credit. It should read from $150,000. It should read $200,000. And the final audit that has been approved on January 12th by the CAPMC board was corrected and approved. And the other item is on page 82, identification of major programs for CAPMC. What was listed on here was that LIHEAP was one of the major funders, and it is not. It is just Head Start and CCDF. So we have corrected that. We have sent the corrected audit to Rhonda for the file. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Don't follow the state's, what they did, pay your line of credit. We can't pass that on anywhere.
We haven't utilized the line of credit. We just have it there for safety reasons.
Dale Drozen, Fresno County. Item E.
Item what?
E.
E?
Echo. Why wasn't this put on the November ballot? I believe there was a resolution first part of last year to put it on November ballot instead of special election.
Do you want me to address that?
2-part. And the other part is, what has the group that's promoting this, that we're paying to promote this, done so far?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe that the timing was an issue. It was a challenge as we were planning for this. We just didn't have the time to get on in November. Was the biggest challenge. And what was the second part of your?
What
have we done?
VRPA. They've done outreach and education, and then they also put together the plan, the expenditure plan, as to what, and then created the language to be put onto the ballot. Education polls and
surveying. Meetings every week.
Yeah, the survey poll.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you want a motion?
All right, we need a motion.
I move to approve the consent calendar with the 2 corrections that Maddie gave us on item B, and then the change in the item C riser pipe.
I'll second.
We have first and second. Clerk, roll call.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0. Public hearing. Public hearing, Community and Economic Development Department, Planning Division. Hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the application of Michael Carby, architect, for project PRJ 2014-03 is requesting a variance to allow a proposed 45-foot, 6-inch tall single-family dwelling where 35 feet is allowed by the ordinance, and a setback variance to allow a 15-foot and a 22-foot right-of-way setback where a 25-foot right-of-way setback is required by ordinance. The property is owned by Jeffrey Allen and Cindy Yvette Faulkner and is located on the east side of Emery Lane, approximately 613 feet north of its intersection with Upper Emery Lane, Wishon. The property is zoned Residential Mountain Single Family District. This item is categorically exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15303A and Section 15305. Size .22 acres, APN 070-250-004.
Thank you. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Norman Allender, your planning director, here with Matt Schreiber, our Community and Economic Development Director, and Joey, one of our newest staff. Joey Ginn is our staff person on this, so I'll turn this over to Joey for a short PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Joey with the Planning Department. I'm here to present to you an appeal to the Planning Commissioner's decision to approve PRJ 2016-003, which includes a height variance and setback variance request for a proposed single-family dwelling. The project is proposed by Michael Carby, architect.
Can you put that maybe closer to your mouth? I can't hardly hear you. I don't know about the rest of you, but
Yeah, I can't either.
Better?
That last picture, too, can you explain which one it is? Which is which? What is what?
The parcel would be this one right here.
yeah.
Okay.
And there will be other pictures that will show the subject parcels as well. So like I was saying, the project is proposed by Michael Carby, architect. It's located in northeast Madera County on the east side of Emery Lane, approximately 613 feet north of its intersection with Upper Emery Lane in Wishon. The parcel is approximately 0.22 acres. The application is for a 45-foot 6-inch height variance where 35-foot is allowed by ordinance, and also a 15-foot and 22-foot right-of-way setback variance where 25-foot is allowed by ordinance. The project is categorically exempt under SEQA Section 15303, which exempts the project for new construction or conversion for a single-family residence in a residential zone district. The general plan designation is low-density residential. The zone district is residential mountain single-family. So the applicant is proposing to build a 3,617 square foot single-family dwelling with a deck and attached garage. The setbacks being proposed are 15 feet away from the front or Emery Lane, 10 feet away from each side, and 22 away from 22 feet in the rear from Road 222. It should be noted that this parcel is of a particular case because the parcel is abutted by two right-of-ways, and therefore it would be in the that is in the rear. However, access would only be taken from Emery Lane. The height that's being proposed is 45 foot 6 inches, where 35 feet is allowed by ordinance. And this is measured from the center of the building pad. The upper floor, which is measured from Emery Lane to the top of the proposed ridge, would be approximately 19 feet. So this is a rendering of what you would see from if you were standing on Emery Lane to the top of the proposed ridge. So the following are some site photos that I took when I visited the site. This is the current and the existing house that will be rebuilt. This is standing next to the existing house looking down at Road 222. This is standing on Road 222 looking up at the existing house. This is standing next to the existing house looking up at Emery Lane, showing you the slope. Excuse me. Again, this is a view of Emery Lane, and I pointed out Emery Lane for you so you can see what it's like. This is a view of the existing steps, looking up at Emery Lane. So when you're on Emery Lane, these are the two main parcels that are directly behind the subject parcel. These two properties are on Upper Emery Lane. These are some examples of the other houses in the area that are right next to the property site, so you can get a feel of what it is in the area. And this is from standing from Upper Emery Lane, looking down at the existing house. And I tried to point it out to you there. It's a little hard to see. It's currently being covered by tree cover right now.
So that garage to the right is not the existing house?
Correct. No, that is not the existing house. That is the property to the south next door.
And those trees would be taken out?
Yes, some of them would.
So you wouldn't see trees, you'd see a house at that point?
Correct.
I think, and also, Supervisor, is that the amount of trees removed, the applicants here, we could be able to discuss that as well. They would be better to answer the question of what remains and what doesn't.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions that are pertinent to this variance. Will the variance interfere with any potential for contiguous lot? Any potential for them to build on a contiguous lot, will the variance for the setbacks interfere with anything they might want to do?
So no, sir. Yeah. So let me, if I understand your question. So does granting this a variance affect the property rights of those around to build on their lots? No, sir.
Okay.
It only affects the parcel in question.
Does it impede any view from any other lot potentially?
I think that's what a part of the appeal is about views. However, that both under CEQA and under our ordinances isn't a criteria.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying it could potentially impede a view?
I do believe it does.
Impede a view.
If you take a vacant lot and build a house intervening between, if a vacant lot intervenes between an existing development and a whatever view, whatever it may be, whether it's water or mountains or it's, in the eye of the beholder.
So if the other guy builds 35 feet, he's still going to have 10 feet between him and the view, and so he's going to want to go 55 feet. And the next guy to him is going to want to go 65 feet.
Actually, I think Mr. Trieber says he can address that.
Yeah.
I'm euphemistically speaking.
Yeah. Supervisor Rogers. And we have just a few more slides that can speak to that, right?
Okay.
The key, and if we don't hit on it right, one of the keys for the height variance, the height is needed due to the topography of the site. And actually,
I can see that it's quite steep.
Yeah, in order to get a garage so we don't have on-street parking, but actually the ability for the property owner to pull into and park inside their garage. And the applicant here, and I think could also speak to it, but they have to build it at that height to get a landing pad where they can come off the road and park into a garage.
Off of Emery Lane?
Yeah, so Emery Lane, from Emery Lane to the top of this house is 19 feet, approximately 19 feet.
So you still have quite a downhill before you get
substantially.
You still have 20 feet before you're going to impede anything from the neighbor behind you. But what about to the side?
So in regards to the sides, right, and that was brought up and discussed, the house, actually, the proposed house, as I understand, is situated closer towards Emery Lane than the existing one, which is right down. But remember, the existing one it's an old cabin and has been there for a long time. So I think that was a concern of the neighbor. I don't want to speak for them, but they provided written backup on their concerns for their potential views to be impacted. It is to note there's no encroachment into the side yard setbacks. So they're building the home within the appropriate side yard setbacks of 10 feet. It's just the height and then the right-of-way, since typically on most lots where he has 22 feet from his rear property line, our ordinance requires a 20-foot setback from your rear property. However, since Road 222 abuts the rear property line and Emery Lane, they're both looked at as right-of-way edges and both have to comply with a 25-foot road right-of-way edge, even though he's taking no access from Road 222.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that too. Also, if he didn't have that parking place there, then if he put the house down lower, it would actually block the homes on each side more if we allowed him to be up that high, if you brought it down towards 222. Mm-hmm. So you got to go up and look at that to understand.
Right.
So,
it's complicated.
Yeah. But it's an easy deal. I mean, there's all kinds of variances on that whole subdivision, all over Bass Lake because of these problems.
Right.
So
I can see how there would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. One size does not necessarily fit all, right?
Exactly.
So I just have a couple more slides. I'll try to get through them quickly. So this is the view across the lake from. This is the view from across the inlet, Road 222. So the 45-foot, 6-inch height variance is on a parcel that's in an area that's particularly steep and rocky and full of dense tree cover. Again, the visible height from Emery Lane to the top of the structure would be 19 feet. The right-of-way setbacks on the front, where Emery Lane is, was for access to the property. So the applicant can have level access for the driveway and the garage, so that cars and people don't try to descend down into the current grade right now. And the 22-foot right-of-way in the back is next to Road 222. Even though it's a right-of-way where 25 feet is required, normally since it's a rear, there's no access required. That's normally where 20 foot would be required. Again, the height of the top of the structure to Emery Lane is approximately 19 feet. Being at that height accommodates for level driveway access. Lastly, the request is in line with previously approved variances for the area. Here is a map of just properties in that particular neighborhood that have previously approved setbacks or height variances. So with that,
can you go back to that for a second? You flashed.
What is the current visible apex from Emery? So where it's at currently to the current.
From the current cabin that exists there today, I believe you can't see that cabin. That cabin does not encroach above Emery Lane on its current place. So in order to access this, and Joey, there was a picture there, there's a steep, rocky steps down to try to get to that cabin from its current location now. So if you're standing on Emery, you look straight over the cabin.
Yeah, it's all those steps right there. Right?
Yeah.
So the height of the current house from where it's sitting is what, it's like 15 feet total. This would be 30 feet on top of that.
Yeah, so here's a slide that shows the existing cabin there. The 222 is right along there. Emery Lane is right where Joey has it, it's just below that white house up on the hill there. So it's.
And so where the new one would land is about the same base as the existing house. It would just be about another 30 feet above that.
Correct.
Okay.
If you look at the picture on the right there, you'll see that house is going to be about the same height as the one that they're going to build. See it there?
Can you blow that picture? I can't see that picture. It's so small. Thank you.
Put your little pointer to the right.
That's the existing house.
To the right?
Either one of them. See, the one on the left's got that tall thing there.
This is to the left.
The one on the right's got that other one over there. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah.
There's some dead trees that's got to come out.
Right.
Yeah.
Are we done?
I do believe, that's the staff recommendation is to uphold the Planning Commission's approval, and I do believe the project applicant's here, so that completes staff presentation. We're here for questions. Thank you.
What was the vote on the approval?
The vote was 5-0.
5-0.
Okay. Let's take it out to the public.
Just a question. The part of the building that's above the variant, or needs a variance, is the top of the garage?
The request is for the home, not just the garage, but the entirety of the home.
But the part that is above the required is the garage?
And it's the ridge of the house.
Oh, it's also the ridge of the front of the house?
Yeah. Right. If there was no garage,
straight away out.
Would it be 35?
Same size.
See, one of the issues.
You want to speak forward?
Yeah.
Pardon? Go ahead. It's just if the garage was separate from the house, could they build a 30-foot high garage in that spot without a variance?
We could look at that. Off the top of my head, I wouldn't know that. I mean, the key here is, one of the keys is currently there's no vehicle access to the home. So we have cars being parked in a narrow road right-of-way, and this would alleviate that and provide parking. If you have a detached garage, you're still going to have pillars, and potentially the applicant and architect of record may be able to speak to that. But I don't believe, I believe you'd still have a height issue with that.
Yeah. Okay, well, the height is being measured from the front of the building.
No, it's
the lowest portion.
No, it's measured from the center of pad at natural grade. So that's why they exceed the height requirement, because you have a substantial steep hill that you're building on, and you have to build 45 feet high for the ridge in order to have a landing to the street where you can have parking within a garage and connect it to your home. So it's a very steep lot. Our ordinance measures the height from the center of the pad at natural grade.
Thank you. Matt, if I go along with this requirement, would that create a hazard to that property?
No, I think the bigger concern would be, by granting this, you would allow for the on-street parking to be minimized and no longer to be occurring out there for this property. It's a substantial issue up there, access, and if we remove the vehicles that are currently having to park on the road right away to just access this home and this property, it would certainly be a betterment for the safety.
Do you know for a fact it's going to be a rental property?
No, this is not a rental to my knowledge, but the applicant would be able to speak to that.
Well, you have an old home in its place right now. You're going to remove that old home, build a new home, so it's certainly going to improve that appearance, that area. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's Art Freitas, 37967 Emery Lane. I am the neighbor on the south side of this proposed building. I am one of the neighbors that submitted the appeal, and I don't know if all the supervisors read the appeal, but I would like to read it if that's possible.
Proceed.
Okay. In response to variance approved by the Madera County Planning Commission on November 1, we respectfully submit this appeal variance on case number VAVA. A new single-family home proposed to be built on Emery Lane, Wishon Cove, Bass Lake, necessitated variances in the Madera County zoning zone. Emery Lane is within a mountain community of homes, many of which are older and have existed for a long period of time. For a little bit of history, the homes in this community, I'm the president of the Homeowner Association. There's 26 homes in this community, and they're an offshoot of San Joaquin Power and Light, because PG&E has those cabins that are in there. In fact, to get to Emery Lane, you have to go through the PG&E campground. And so these were all San Joaquin Power Light, then PG&E. At the time before PG&E sold their 99-year land leases and we were able to purchase our own property, you had to be PG&E like myself. I'm retired PG&E. I had to be PG&E to purchase my cabin at that time.
You know Dave Carroll?
Yes, I know Dave Carroll really well. But that's just a little bit of history. And my cabin was built in 1947, and that's when most of these places were built. And we're probably getting into right now the second generation, and the second generation is coming along and trying to make improvements to all these cabins that were there. So the proposed home at 37981 Emery Lane does not conform to the height or setback requirements, thereby necessitating a variance. The variances are for a 10.5-foot exception to the zone's height limit, more than a story higher than the zone permits, and a 3-foot variance to the setback requirements from Road 222. It should be noted that an application for a variance to the height limit of far less magnitude was denied approximately 5 years ago on the same road for a garage that was being built by one of our neighbors. We are appealing the granting of the variance because based on the Madera County Code, the granting of the variance does not meet the criteria for a variance and should not have been granted. It is also noted that that a building permit to add a kitchen and remodel the lower house of a home at 38069 Emery Lane was denied. The county's concern, rightfully so, was that the remodel would include a kitchen would constitute a second unit in a single-family zone residential mountain single-family area. So this proposed home, if you look at the plans, it has a kitchen on the top floor and then proposing for a kitchen on the bottom floor. And I brought this up at the commission meeting, and they really discussed it, why is the other kitchen there? And they just kind of like let it go by. And then at the end of the meeting, it was just a wham bam, and they said, okay, we're sorry, Mr. Freitas, and you and your other neighbors on the other side, you're going to be losing your view of the mountains, your view of the lakes, but we're going to go along with staff. It was just that fast that the kitchens were never, brought up or explained to me or the rest of my neighbors. And I have 2 more pages, but they're all regarding the same thing, and it's signed by 9 of my neighbors, so.
9?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, including myself, that's 9. Okay, what I have here is a picture. I don't know, can you enlarge that at all, or is that as big as it's going to be? Okay. There was a lot of discussion on where this is going to be. If you can, I don't know if you guys could all see this view right here, but when you're looking up that top building that you were
do that
you
again,
were looking
would you, with your pointer. Do that again.
I was looking for it over here.
Okay, that top one up here.
Yes.
That is my garage. Okay, my cabin sits below when you're looking at the picture.
Yeah, that's what they showed a while ago.
Okay. So, I mean, it kind of sounded like some of the supervisors were thinking that was a house up there, on the road.
No,
but that was added on after we purchased our property from PG&E. So I put a laundry room and stuff in that, and then I built that garage there so I could, store stuff, because our cabin is very small and we like it that way. So the third house over from the left with the aluminum roof, that is the existing cabin as it sits right there. And
third house over from the
right
right.
there, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Right
with
there.
the golden trees in front of it.
Yeah. And if you look at my property, I still have some trees there, but I lost all 22 of my pine trees due to the beetles. So my property is nothing but a house up there right now, and that was a very expensive proposition, and it really pains me greatly because half of the joy of being up there was all my trees around my property, so no longer there. And when I look to the side of me, I still have trees, but when this house is going to be built, this 3-story house, it's going to take all those trees on the side. So I want to show you some side views of what we're talking about, my neighbors and myself. Okay, that's the proposed building looking from the lake, like we were looking, at the houses on there. That's the proposed 3-story house, I guess you call it. Okay, this is at the end of my deck right now, looking out over at Bass Lake over the top of the existing cabin. And you can see the lake, the mountains up there, and then there's our boat dock out there, which I built that boat dock for the homeowners. I had that built, and all the homeowners put in their money, and we went in and did that. And they kind of call me, they made a hat for me, they call me Cove Cop up there, because I keep an eye on things on the cove, okay? And so I'm really happy I can see that. But if you look at the corner of where that cabin is, they're asking for a variance. So their house is going to go further out towards the lake, and then it's going to be 3 stories high, so I'm going to lose all that, okay? All that is gone. This is standing on my deck, looking at the side of the existing cabin, and all that's going to be, all the way to the top of the picture, is going to be a wooden house.
Art, one second before you take that off. Staff, Matt or Joey, you see that pictures up there now? He says that's off his deck looking down at the other house. See that? Okay, so how far more forward towards the lake is that the new home going to be?
From the existing.
From the existing house. Because you said it's 22 feet from the road, right?
That is correct, and I think we have a schematic here we can maybe put under the document. But the existing cabin, as I said, I believe the home is actually built at that cabin line, 22 foot.
So it would be about the same then?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so if you go straight up, you're not losing, you're still going to see your dock and stuff.
You're just losing it up to the top of the picture.
Right, over to the left, and that's mainly that of the house and the dead trees. So you're still going to see your lake. I thought when you were talking on the phone, you were going to lose that lake
If you take this, it goes down. It's going to go down further than the existing cabin, towards Road 222.
So we need to know that.
And it's going to go straight up, whereas where that cabin is right now.
So it's going to be about your height of your house.
It's going to be higher than my house, because it's going to be higher than my garage, and my house is lower than my garage.
Yeah, I do apologize.
When I come off of Emery Lane, which is a single lane country road, okay? You've been there.
I know, I've been up.
And when I come off Emery Lane, I go down approximately 25 steps to my cabin to the front porch.
Right.
And then that's where mine is, okay?
Right.
I'm at that level.
Okay.
So that's the level we're looking at. I got, let's see. Okay, this is coming higher up the hill.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Can we go
Yeah.
back to that photo?
Yeah, just back to the photo, if I may, and I apologize, it's in the back up there, and it's a little difficult to see. The existing cabin is 30 foot off of Road 222, so...
Is what? I'm sorry.
30 feet. So the
30 feet?
proposed, it'll be 8
So it's
feet.
8 feet difference.
8 foot difference, yes. It'll be built 8 foot closer than where the existing cabin sits.
Let's go back to that photo.
IT's going to.
Morning, Jay.
See, that's what I was worried about.
Next one.
Did you want that one or next one?
Next one.
Okay.
That one. So
I had good instructions earlier.
So, Art, what's going to be, it's going to be 8 feet to the right of that cabin right there now, which would be about where that cedar tree is, so.
Yeah, about where that green pine is?
Cedar.
Or cedar, yeah.
It's going to probably be right about there, is what I think.
8 feet, that's, right there where that green cedar is about where 8 feet is.
Actually,
Are you talking that green cedar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they'd be measured horizontally, so.
Right.
Well, I'm doing the Portuguese way of measuring here, so.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this is kind of like looking the side of the hillside of where they're going to build. And when you're looking at that, then that will be all house going across. So, I mean, it's just going to be like a giant wooden wall to myself and my neighbor, the Danekers, on the other side, because they have they're up, exactly where I am too. And I mean, they've signed off on the letters and everything, and they've written their own. So,
Those trees right there that we're looking at, are those on your property?
No.
He lost all.
No, those maybe the ones right in front, because we thought they were on our property, because the previous owner, the person that bought it, he was a good friend of mine that I work with at PG&E, and that's how I came in with this cabin. They used to invite us up years ago. So we've been there 25 years. So,
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, the people you said is on the other side of that, north of or east of your house. That house next to it is tall too. It's next to the one that your friend is. If you go back to some of the pictures the staff had.
Next to me?
No, the other way. Your friend
Go
is
in
on
the other way?
the east side of that where they're going to build this cabin. Or the northeast, I guess it is.
Nothing's going to be as tall as this.
Well, the house next to it, I'm saying, is tall too.
Next to theirs?
Next to theirs, on the east side.
No, because it sits down below.
Yeah,
it's built down really close to 222. The next one over, Supervisor Wheeler, sits up tall because they built it up high,
right?
And it's a two-story with an A-frame.
It's high. Yeah, I know it is.
So that one is high too over there. Yeah. But what's happened in the past is, we're a neighborhood up there, I mean, we all watch out for each other. I've been out in the rains and, taking care of felled trees during storms, for neighbors. But when we try to do something, and when the remodels have happened, they've gone to the neighbors and gone, this is what we want to do, and, what do you think about this? And I mean, everybody's touched base. Unfortunately, in this case, we met the new neighbors, invited them up to introduce ourselves when we first saw them, and then the next thing, it was nice meeting them, and then the next thing we know, I get a letter from the Planning Commission that there's a variance required. And so I'm going, okay, what's going on? So I email them, and then I get the drawings, and that's the first thing I see, that a 3-story, 3,600 square foot house with an elevator and everything is going in at our little community there. And I mean, it's just really, it doesn't fit with this mountain side and those homes over there. It really doesn't. I mean, we're appealing the variance for the height and the variance towards the lake. But in essence, what all of us that signed this letter are appealing it's too big for our neighborhood, and it just doesn't fit. It's going to be a sore thumb sticking out of the hillside. And if you look from the front of it, it looks like, you come around the corner from Miller's, it's going to look like a giant cathedral sticking off this hill there, that, should have a church service or something. So, definitely against this, and any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Joe.
Good morning. I'm Joe Murray, and I'm 37973 Upper Emery Lane. And my concern is, of course, the size. That's just
Pull the mic down, please. Pull the mic down.
Oh, seeing this deemed as a single-family dwelling with 2 kitchens gives me lots of words for question. I'm real concerned about how many people are going to be staying there, how the size is just overwhelming to me. I was a little concerned about the Planning Commission's little slide with the variances and saying that these different variances have been approved. Well, there's been a lot of variances that have not been approved, and that was in the letter that was sent to you, how many have not been approved. Mr. Wheeler, I want to thank you for drawing the men's attention back to the speakers just a few minutes ago, because it seemed like they were not fully engaged in the people that were talking, so I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But that is just I have been there since I was born. My parents started to build the cabin in 1958, and like Art said, these were just PG&E people, small cabins, but as they've sold and had people, and some of the PG&E people have chosen to tear theirs down and rebuild, but within the 35-foot height requirement. And yes, my view has been a little bit blocked by some of those, but the 45-foot view, I think, I'm like, this is just way too much, and I think it just kind of flies in the face of what our community is about, and that's my concern. I'm located right up above. In fact, there was a picture of our little rinky-dink cabin.
You're above it, right across the street then?
Yeah, we're across the street and right straight above. And our access is...
variance?
Pardon?
Was yours one of them got a variance?
We had never have asked for a variance. No, we've never had.
Your neighbor then did.
We have had neighbors that have been denied variances.
Yeah.
I'm on upper.
I'm saying there's one on the upper one that had a variance right straight above to the right a little bit.
Who would that be?
You want to show that on there, Joey? That one right there. See the one number 4. See the yellow one, Joe?
Yes.
That they got a variance there, and that was for 10-foot front setback. Those houses on the other side.
Who would that be? It was probably be. Yes, it's for a. I know what it's for. It was for a pad to have off-street parking. Okay. Not a garage, it was just a pad for off-street. And a lot of people have done that, just pads for off-street parking.
Do you live up there all full-time?
No. I live in Selma.
I know Art don't either, so.
Yeah.
Also, that number, put that back up again, that big, make it big. Is that 6? Yeah, that's 6 and 5. Those are pretty big houses, too, that they built there? It's around the turn. I remember one of those they just rebuilt. It was really big.
Yeah, one, but that's on the lower road.
Yeah.
6 is not that big.
Well, one of those is, I don't know which one it is, but it's a really big house there.
Most of the bigger ones are on the lower road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to come up to the mic.
Okay.
Why not?
Are you talking about the one that's right on the corner? It's a big giant A-frame?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the past president of our homeowner association.
So you fired him?
And he did better than that. He was a retired PG&E, and when he retired, he had a smaller cabin than the one that's being destroyed now. And he built that, and they moved up there. They lived up there permanently. That's why he had that one. And he was on the very corner, so it wasn't affecting anybody else out there. So, and then he ended up, they became old and infirm, so they had to move into the city. So I just wanted to let you know that. Okay.
Supervisor Frazier? Other than this, hold on, can you go back to that last slide? So, see, most of these, except for 6, where it has a 22-foot, 6-inch height variance, most of them are setbacks just from retaining walls, or like to expand it onto the as big onto the lot as possible, but not going up and impairing people's views. I'm all for people doing what they want to with their property. Obviously, this is probably something that is being bought for families to enjoy and go up and enjoy the lake, and I'm all for that, but not at the expense of somebody else. I'd like to hear from the applicant to see, is there any other design with maybe wider setbacks from the road, or going in and maybe not going up, but staying on 2 levels instead of 3, if there's a way to do that so that we're not impeding everybody's view. Can there be something done with the design that can, so that everybody can be happy? That's hopefully.
And my last point, that I'll sit down, is on the lower road, even the new ones that have just been redone, and there are some that look like, they were done nicely, but everybody on the lower road, they walk down to their house. They all have steps to go down. Nobody else has a flat level except for the last house at the end, because there's a turnaround, and that's all flat. So they have a garage and their house, they just walk right to it off the road, But everybody else, the latest one was the one that was about 4 houses down. They had a small little cabin also, and then they put a nice A-frame. It's 2 families, the 2 daughters from the PG&E people that are surviving, and they built it for them and their families. Well, they just put a parking pad coming off of Emery Lane, and then they have steps to go down to their cabin. Their cabin was built, on the lower half of the hill, so it doesn't impede the rest of them. So, like I said, all of them, everybody walks down to their cabins,
Yeah. Let's give an opportunity to the owner. Please come up.
Morning, Supervisors. Michael Carby, architect, 31126 Rebus Road, Coarse Gold, California. I'm the architect for the client. I think I can answer some of these questions for you. I don't know how to drive this thing, so Joey, I'm going to rely on you. Can you take us back to the picture, the recent one that just showed all the variance approvals in plan?
Right there.
That one? Yes. So there's a half a dozen variances that have been approved. One of them is for a significantly higher roof than what we're asking for. But there's a little bit of confusion. Can you go to that site plan that I drew that shows the distances and the setbacks? I don't know what number that is for you.
That significantly higher one is because it's behind another one, right? So it has to see over the top. So are we going to start getting higher and higher as it goes back?
Well, let me explain. Not that picture.
That one?
It's up. It's the interface.
There we go. Can you make that larger? Thank you. It's going to be a little challenging to see. I don't have a laser pointer. But
we have a pointer?
Rhonda's got one first.
You've got one. My last one broke. We used it so the dog would run around, and he got it and ate it. Okay. You see there's a little X drawn right here? You see that? Mm-hmm. That is the limits of the existing cabin and where it is right now. A dashed line defines it. There's another sheet, the one prior to this that I drew shows the existing cabin as it is on that topography without the new overlay. And it also shows Mr. Freitas' garage. Well, this one does too. In the lower left corner, Mr. Freitas is appealing this. That's his garage. He was granted in 1995 a 1-foot side yard setback. We're not encroaching at all. And he was also granted 7-foot front yard setback from the right-of-way. 7, which we're not asking for anything nearly that close to the road. One of his comments was he doesn't think anybody should, get variances. Well, he's benefited from 2 that are providing him more of an accommodation than we're asking for. Okay, well, he can speak to it. Where the lower right-hand corner of that X is, that's the corner of the existing cabin. So when you saw that one shot that he showed, looking to the left, and it showed the building, and we're talking about does it go straight up from there, the building itself is actually 5 feet further away. The new line, the new horizontal line there of the building, is 5 feet further away than the existing cabin.
From his place?
Well, from the existing one that's there,
Okay.
our cabin, my client's cabin,
So
at
that
the bottom
X
of
where,
that X.
That X where it's coming right here, that's that bottom left corner. and
This
it's
is where the
actually
cabin
moving
corner is
further
right
away
now,
from
right?
his.
Right. So it gives him a little
Just
better
above
angle
it
at the
is
lake.
the new corner. So it is further away from the property line. What you're seeing there is decking that comes out to the existing line. That's just decking. Those are
Right.
planes of decking that are a foot thick. You can see through them between floors, 12 feet, 13 feet of clear space, then a 1-foot plane. The 22-foot setback is to the deck edge, not to the building edge. So you see through those planes. The building is 36 feet away, not 22. The deck is 22.
What height is the deck at?
They're at
Three of
each floor level, and there's a drawing for that.
Three
if
of
you
them.
want.
So on the 3rd floor, what height is the deck?
To the very right there on that drawing, you'll see there's a deck, and there's a deck, and the heights are listed over here. I can't read them from here. He can see through the decks. Now,
Yeah, he can see through.
Yeah, you can, for
well,
the
it's 12
regular
or
house.
13 feet between.
It's still obscured. It still messes up the view.
Well, here's what happens. And I don't know, I sent these drawings to planning. Joey, I don't know if you have these. There's some question about is there an option? Is there another way to do this? There is. Do you have those, Joey? These? Great. There is an option.
On this one, it's kind of as a way to see it, could you point out kind of where the X on that last one, on this side view, where does the roof line of the existing structure come in? Is it in the middle of that?
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, this is, I think, the line of it right here, this dash line. I don't know about the height. I didn't put a roof on it, but this dash line shows where the existing is.
Oh, that's the existing house?
So the wall of it is further back than the existing, and further away from the adjacent property owner than the existing.
But then you have...
But it's tall.
3 more floors above where the existing...
And that's because we have to measure right here from the average of where they were saying there's the top where the building hits native grade, and here's the bottom where the building hits native grade. You split the difference. Well, you split the difference and you measure 35 feet from there. So we have an option that requires no variance whatsoever. Anywhere. Height, setback, anything that they're allowed to do by right. The house changes from a mountain cabin with a gabled roof. The variance is only allowing for the roof line, and it's not just to the garage, it's just a gable of the building. I can slide this thing downslope 10 feet, and we have now we're at 25 feet from upper right-of-way. I can eliminate the deck below. So the building is 26 feet away from the lower right-of-way, not even at 25 at the limit. It's a foot further upslope than that on the bottom side of the building. And the top side of the building will be 25 feet away. But as the building slides down slope to do this, the driveway begins to slope. So now you're going to have a driveway that you park in, and hopefully it's not a day like yesterday or whatever.
Or today. I slid down my
Snow,
driveway.
then rain, then ice, and you slide into the garage door. The goal here, because they have family that may be staying with them at some point, and they're here today, we're providing elevators on this thing. This is an accessible house. The door widths, everything. This is an accessible house. It also makes sense if they were to ever sell it. It widens the market. Older people, like myself, would never look at a house where you have to go down 30 steps to get to it, and the state frowns on that anyway. We deal with this all the time. So what we tried to make here is an accessible house. But it'll change from a mountain cabin to a modern flat-roofed cubist structure, which may well mean that it ends up being, as I did another one in Oakhurst, white stucco and a flat roof, hot mop flat roof. So the floor plans won't change. The stairs won't change.
But the look will.
But the look will radically change. And what will happen is the appearance of this house from Road 222, it's going to slide 10 feet closer to Road 222. So its mass becomes more prominent from Road 222. It blocks, and this is the part I don't understand, if they're not granted the variance, we slide the building down slope. We're sliding it 10 feet further, not decks, building wall,
Right.
10 feet further towards the lake, which is a 10-foot encroachment on
You
his
won't be able to
existing
see
view.
through.
So instead of looking through decks, because there won't be any, there's going to be a wall there.
That's what you're allowed to do.
By right. So they're going to build this house, and it's going to be built one way or another, and it's going to be that plan, but we won't ask for a height variance or a setback variance or anything. We'll just follow code and build it. I don't think that's a benefit. Back to that side shot, if you could, of the one that we designed originally. You showed it a minute ago with the stairs to the side.
It'll just, we can only have so many devices on the screen, so we'll just be a second. Sorry. No, it's our issue. How you doing, Jay? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay, that's that picture.
Let's take a 5-minute break, please.
Okay.
All right, we're back in session.
Are we ready? Okay. What were we looking at? The side view of the house, the drawing. Yeah, just passed there. Nope, the side view that you just passed. That one. Okay. So what happens by right is that the garage is actually quite a ways from the street. It's just that the right-of-way line is further over here. So that's what we're asking for the setback variances from the right-of-way, not from the street. But if this house moves down an additional 10 feet, this whole thing slides down 10 feet, that driveway slopes down, and where that line on that photo that he showed, Mr. Freitas showed of their cabin, and there was a question, will it be vertical, will it be straight up from that? Right now, it's behind it, the existing, and goes straight up and further away from his property line. When the house moves down, it goes out to just about here. The deck, which isn't showing in this drawing, it comes out here 14 feet, and that's where the 22-foot is measured from. It'll go from 22 to 25. The deck will pull in. The house will pull down. There will be no deck, and the house will be right here, by right. That will block his view by an additional 10 feet, not with deck planes, with wall. When you remove, part of the reason these decks are here at the width they are is because that's a tall house from Road 222 or from the lake. I don't want to see a wall that tall. We can do it legally. But what you're going to see is a wall. These decks, if you can picture it, I wish I'd done a perspective of it. If you picture looking at it from Road 222 or the lake, you're looking up and you see a piece of wall. And then the deck comes out and breaks that plane. It comes towards you 14 feet. Then the wall goes up. But that plane is breaking your view of the wall when you're below it. You only see a bit of the wall. Yeah. The next plane comes out. So it softens that thing, provides shadow, gives it a deck. But without it, we'll have a continuous tall wall that is 26 feet away from the lower right-of-way, 25 feet from the top, 10 feet from the sides, and that does not require a height variance with a flat roof, and the house becomes a modern house. So designed of an Avila and an Oakhurst. We can do that. Same floor plan, same square footage. As to the question to the kitchen, because this thing is so vertical, we have so many floors, and we're constrained by the rights-of-way at the bottom and the top. And it was really a challenge to design this thing and make it fit. The lower kitchen is a serving kitchen. It's basically in the game room. It's a warming kitchen, serving kitchen. The supervisors want to stipulate that it's not a kitchen, that it doesn't have oven or range or refrigerator. So, and make that a condition of approval to the building department. We'll happily agree to that. We're happy to remove the kitchen issue. And we can build this thing without any variance whatsoever, but the goal was to make it fit into the neighborhood rather than be a modern structure that's with a huge wall and just this cubist thing. The variance really only affects the roof line. It isn't the floors of the building that we're asking a setback or a height variance for. It's so we can have a ridge, and from that front elevation and from the lower elevation, that makes it's mostly gables in that area. We're trying to fit it in, put in a gable, add some truss work, some detail on it, so that it looks like it belongs. Again, it's only 19 feet tall from the street, from Emery Lane. That's to the ridge. That's not the whole thing. That's at the very top is 19 feet. The balance of it is maybe 8 or 9 feet above the garage level, above Emery Lane.
This might be a bad question, but is there any way to come up off of 222, bring it down, and have from a design point, could you have the garage at the bottom of it coming off of 222?
No.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't think so.
It would be buried in the ground. You would have to excavate the mountain.
I just wanted to make sure. I'm just
right. Yeah. Any other questions?
Tom, did you want to speak?
Oh, I was going to ask him about 2 kitchens. He answered it. That's only my other question, so.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Cindy Faulkner, and right now I reside in San Jose, California, Santa Clara County. Just wanted to give you a little bit of our journey. My husband and I have been coming to the lake just as long as, anybody else, I think. Everybody always talks about their dream house being the lake at Bass Lake. We've been going for 20 years, and he's been going for almost 40. And dream house of, just having a house, especially right there on that side by where we've always camped at Wishon, has been that location. Nothing's ever come up. It's been kind of a dream that we had a drought for us in a way, because I think that's the only reason we were able to get it. Yes, as Art said, 70 years old this year is this cabin. And, I think we probably could have lived in it a couple of years and, dealt with what was there, even though we're going down 50 steps, literally, with big Tupperwares to get into the house every time we come up. If it wasn't kind of dangerous and moldy and falling down. And then, as far as remodeling, we put a lot of thought into it. I mean, we definitely want to retire here. We have a big family, so we want everybody to be able to fit. We have 4 bedrooms. 2 of these houses that were built down the road, by the way, which are pretty large, have 6 and 8 bedrooms. This is a 4-bedroom house. We had to do 3-story because of the lot. There's nothing else that we could do to get up to where we could drive into a garage, which ultimately we want to do if we're going to retire there. We have an elevator because, absolutely know that we're going to age, and there's 12-foot spans between the floors because we had to. I can't imagine walking up and down, 12-foot stairs. And, it's not something that we wanted to do by any means, is block anyone. If we looked at what Art was saying and we walked down 20 stairs instead of 50 and we put our house about where everybody else is, Art would still lose his view. He sits here, we sit here, and the road sits here. So if we just came up to here like everybody else, he still has the same problem. So no matter what, we have no way of making him happy. None. And I think where we sit on the lake, bringing it actually back a couple feet from where it is now, from what I can tell, it's going to open him up a little bit on the side view. I could tell from that photo that he had. And the Danikers next door, yes, there are decks. The see through them. I mean, I try to make sure that I feel okay about this. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's view. I would never want that for me. I just think knowing when you buy a house that has a 70-year-old house next door that you have to walk 50 stairs down, eventually something's got to happen. And, we want this to happen for us. It's definitely a dream, and a dream come true to have a place to be able to do this. It's going to cost us a ton of money to do it. And, and talking to, like he said, to the neighbors, I mean, the first time we met him, we let him know it was going to be a 3-story house. We even heard from the Danikers that he was, concerned, which I understand, and I'm so sorry to have to, not be able to do something different. 2 of the neighbors responded to an email I sent out, and when he had an appeal, unfortunately for everyone, it kind of pits neighbors against neighbors. I think we've kept it very civil. I just sent a nice email saying, I just want everybody to know our journey and why. The only reason we're doing this is because of our lot, and we need a garage. Absolutely have 0 parking right now. And so 2 neighbors responded and said they absolutely 100% back us. They can't wait to see improvements in the neighborhood. They want to improve the neighborhood. They want the values in the neighborhood to go up. They want the neighborhood to start looking newer and fresher. And it's definitely something that is needed in a lot of the homes there. We can't wait to be able to spend time there every weekend and then eventually forever. So obviously we want to be able to access it. So if we can keep it to where we can have a flat driveway, that's really what we're looking for. And obviously we want it to look beautiful. But if we have to do it the other way, we have to. I mean, financially, we can't have this sit here much longer, if you know what I mean. We've got to be able to do something. So I don't know if anybody has any questions for me, but be happy to answer them.
Supervisor Rogers?
I do for staff in conjunction with what is the current setback for the back is 25 feet ordinarily?
From the rear is typically 20 feet.
20 feet?
Yes.
Is typical?
Yes.
And what are they asking for?
They're asking for 22 feet, but remember, this has right-of-way, it has roads on both the front and rear of the property.
And the right-of-way
is 25 feet, the
so
setback
that's
requirement.
what's limiting us from moving it back?
It's what's limiting you, and remember, the setback of the 22 feet is from the deck. As you heard from the architect, the home, the actual home is set within the setbacks within that 25.
I understand that. My questions are real pointed for a reason.
Yeah.
Can you go back? Can you go
more towards the road?
More towards Emery Lane?
No, you cannot.
And there's no possible way to do that?
Because right now, Emery Lane, the home is 15 foot off of that road right-of-way of Emery Lane. Remember, the ordinance requires 25. So what's before is a 15-foot front or road right-of-way from Emery and a 22-foot from Road 222 or your rear, because they have road right-of-ways on both sides, which is an issue. And Emery, unlike a lot, most of the parcels throughout the county, the property line goes to the road right-of-way edge. In this case, Emery actually encroaches, the road right-of-way encroaches onto the property, and the property's there.
By map?
Yes.
Okay, not by accident.
No. Well, it's part of the PG&E and the creation of the lots. So Emery actually encroaches, and you can see from there.
I think you understand the point of my question.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we could move it a little bit closer and still, even 5 feet would be, I think, would be better.
For a 10-foot driveway instead of a 15, because, Art has a 6-foot driveway.
Yeah, I see no problem with that.
I do. 10 foot. My pickup won't fit.
Yeah.
Well, the driveway, but you got a garage.
Well,
you're going to be parking in.
How many times you park in the garage every time?
Well, that'd be a requirement.
No, you can't do that.
Sure you could.
Well, we could. I'd do it every one of them then, the ones that's already there.
Well, as part of the variance, you could say
if you've
requirement
been
would be
up
that you
on
park
Emery
the vehicle
Lane,
in the garage.
I'm sorry, Supervisor. If you've been up on Emery Lane, the actual road is about 10 feet wide. You can't turn around even if you wanted to. Thankfully, there's a turnaround at the end. So if we're trying to come up there with a boat, just like half the other people, and we need a little bit. 10 would be the minimum, but I think 15 makes sense, just because.
I think to accommodate the circumstances, 10 would be.
You need to go up and look at it. That's what you need to do.
I'm viewing it right here. I have a common sense, quantitative view of it.
So I just still feel like we build the house exactly the way Art thinks we should. His view's still blocked. It's sitting in the same spot that it is, except it's a little further back than it is right now. So his view isn't changing that way. Everybody has decks. We're blocked by people all the time. So there's nothing we can do about the height. It doesn't matter either way. If we did no height or height, we're blocking his view. The front view isn't blocked. I don't see that it's blocked. It's actually opened up a little.
And if it gets pulled back to Supervisor Rogers' point, if it gets pulled back 5 feet, and I'm just asking just to get for his, if you don't have the full 10 feet because you can't pull a truck there or your boat, is there enough room in the front for a circular drive? That would
No. It is literally a dirt wall that comes down that goes up to the next house, because they're the same type lots. It's like Emery and then back down to 222.
But even with the flat drive coming
Can't
in,
pull into a 10-foot drive?
Absolutely not.
It's so tight up there, you would not believe.
Well, how big is your encroachment? In other words, your radius turn coming in. That's what determines whether or not you can make the turn. How wide are you making a driveway?
Well, if we did, the driveway is going to be, I think, 35.
If you make it a little bit wider, 35 feet, I could turn almost anything around in 35 feet.
It's just a really narrow road. I don't know that
Michael Carvey, architect. Minimum backup in a parking lot for a car, no boat, in any commercial area around is if you have two perpendicular aisles going down, it's 28 feet. That's the minimum to be able to back up.
Right.
So if you have a 10-foot setback, so a 10-foot driveway, and a 10-foot road behind it, you have 20 feet of backup. That's 8 feet less than is even legal.
You're going to have to make a turn.
It would be nearly impossible with a boat to back up in 20 feet with a boat. It's hard enough to do it.
Well, why are we so worried about a boat being parked up there?
Well,
you have a dock down below.
Here's the issue. If they choose to have a deeper driveway, they can have a deeper driveway. They'll do it by right, and it will be even deeper.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to find a way that helps everybody here.
They do have to be able to turn around in this thing. And I think that's the issue. Even in a car, if you're in that driveway, you're sticking out into the road.
Well,
and because the road is so very narrow, 10 feet is really narrow.
Yeah,
There's just no room to back up.
I find the attitude a little disturbing because here we're trying to make an accommodation for a neighbor for a view, and because it won't accommodate a boat. I could want a 18-wheeler to pull into my driveway too. Well,
if the driveway is 10 feet, guests are going to park on the street because 10 feet, you'll have 8 feet of cars sticking into the 10-foot road.
Why? We've got a garage.
Well, not everyone parks in the garage necessarily. People will pull up, guests will pull up and stop.
And that's why I say we make a requirement that whoever pulls into that driveway has to park in the garage. No parking in that driveway.
Yeah.
What if?
Dave, God.
I'm saying
Well, 10 cars wouldn't fit in the driveway and the...
no, but a couple would. That's certainly...
Are they going to fit in there with 15 feet? Are you going to park 10 cars in there with 15 feet? You see what I'm saying? You're being unreasonable to your neighbor here. If we're trying to accommodate a
You're
view...
being unreasonable the way you think you're saying. Absolutely, Dave. You're unreasonable.
I don't want to sound unreasonable. I don't know what you're asking. If you want to move the house closer to the road...
I'm saying, can we move it closer to the street?
So if you moved it closer to the street, it's...
a couple of feet even.
And then your house kind of pulls up the hill, and then we probably would have to dig out a bunch of dirt to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't.
Well, you're only looking at it from your problematic standpoint, not your neighbor's.
Excuse me. The person who's appealed this all the way to the board is appealing because he doesn't want a setback variance in the front. You're suggesting we have an even greater setback variance in the front, that we encroach even closer to the street. He's opposing where we have it. That is too close. If he doesn't
I'd like to hear his statement on it. You're talking for him. I'd like to hear him say.
Well, he is opposing the setback variance. You're proposing moving it even closer to the street.
I think it's a solution to the view problem, but you know what? I'm just a contractor who tries to think logically here. So,
okay. Well,
anyway,
another speaker here too.
Yeah.
I'm Jack Miner. I'm Cindy Faulkner's father. I'm 71 years old. My wife is 67 and she's disabled. And we need some kind of. Hopefully, there's accessibility. That's all I'm trying to say.
That's what we're trying to create.
I think we've already run over, repeated ourselves. Let's bring it back. Close the public hearing, bring it back for the board for a motion.
Could I ask the applicant opposed to answer that last question?
Well, I think he's already...
I just want to... No, he hasn't. The gentleman answered it for him. I just want to hear what he has to say. I'm curious.
Okay, Supervisor Rogers, exactly what is the question?
Well, would you be opposed
You're talking about moving it
closer to Emery Lane?
Right.
But then the variance will make it go higher, though. Is that correct?
Yeah. It would go higher, but no, actually, no. They'd have to trench it out. The variance.
Yeah, you'd have to dig. I mean, the existing property right now, I understand, what they have, because it is a steep. It comes right off the road, and it is a steep property. I mean, it always has been, and, it's not going to get any better.
Right.
But, what I imagined was when whoever bought that would buy it, they'd remove that shack, the cabin, and put a 2-story in there, not a 3-story thing that's going to take the whole area, the mountains and everything.
Right.
But, yeah, if it was dug into the hill and it was moved back, further in towards Emery, then that's going to help the Danakers and myself, in our view, looking out at the lake and the mountains and our boat dock. And to answer your question about the driveway being brought towards Emery some more, the reason that I had a variance, and I had all the neighbors sign off on my variance and go to the commission meeting, and whenever that was, to build my garage. So the variance was so I could move my garage closer to Emery Lane. So I didn't have to build it.
How far is your garage from Emery Lane?
It's like 6 foot off the road or whatever it is. I forget what the variance, they know it better than I do, it seems. But when I got that variance, it was so the garage would be, right at the road, so I can just turn in, and then that way my garage was closer, and it wouldn't be down the hillside.
This is
and
my
I didn't
point,
I didn't have to build a bridge. You know what I mean?
This is my point, and we have a variance for his garage to be closer to Emery Lane. Why can't we do the same thing for them, move the house 5 feet closer to Emery Lane with the same height? It just requires earthwork, and then they have a 5 foot less encroachment into their view. I think that's, and he turns into his drive.
I built that garage for storage. Like I said, we had a 600-foot cabin when I bought it. We added a bedroom, so we're about 1,200 foot maybe right now with the bedroom we added on, because we also, when we retired, we're going to live there permanently. We did for 2 months. My wife had a stroke. We had to move back to where we had a flat level house in Santa Cruz so she could recover and everything. Hopefully one day we'll be back there, but that was just a detour in our life. But what we did was I leave my boat in the garage, and I back the boat in. I mean, I back the boat in off of Emery, and then when I have my car, when the boat is in the dock, then I just park my car in the garage, and I pull it in, and then I back it out onto the road, and I leave. And I mean, like I said, I have no problem doing that.
Thank you, Matt. Answer.
Certainly, yes,
Supervisor Rogers' question.
Supervisor Rogers, absolutely. It's within the board's purview. You can absolutely grant that and pull that house closer to Emery Lane. And as council and I discussed, right, if you were to grant a setback variance of 10 foot, for example, from Emery Lane, it doesn't mandate the property owner to build at 10 foot. If they wanted to build at 15, it allows them to build up to that 10 foot. So it's a threshold. It doesn't mandate they have to build there. It just mandates they can't build any closer.
So they could build a bigger house and still encroach out.
There is the potential there, right? The ordinance does mandate they have to maintain 25 foot off of Road 222. That's what we're here and from Emery Lane.
And it does that?
The ordinance says, yeah, you have to.
I mean, and the house that they're proposing does that?
No, that's why we're here today.
Okay.
Because they're encroaching. So what I would say is, yes, you could grant that, and if the property owner desired to build it at 10 foot from Emery Lane and just take this home and build it closer to that, that would be certainly allowed.
Let me ask you this. Can we do a variance approval with the condition that the house be moved back? In other words, not without the house being moved back, not enlarged, to accommodate the setback.
Well, you're really getting the problem.
Yeah, I would say absolutely not.
Okay, so we're too constrictive in the variance?
You cannot, as Matt was saying and he and I were discussing, so the applicant is asking for a 15-foot setback. So basically to move it from the 25-foot setback requirement, so he's, by right, the setback requirement has got to be 25 feet from road right-of-way to the edge of the building.
By right.
He's asking for 15 feet.
Right.
What you're suggesting is you might allow it to go even to 10.
We're
But
allowing it to 10, but not enlarging the residence.
But you can't restrict his ability by right to build on the remainder of his lot. So even if you're going to allow him to move up to 10 feet, you can't require that he has to build all the way to the edge of that 10 feet.
No. But
if the back of his lot is still significantly far enough away from Road 222, he can go all the way up to that setback requirement.
What I'm saying is that the variance can be conditional. And you can have a conditional variance.
It can, but you can't condition necessarily on the restriction of a by right use for the remainder of the lot. So he has by right the ability to build on the remainder of his lot.
Okay, so if you offer a variance with a condition and the condition's not met, the variance is void.
Boy.
That is a fact.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what type of conditions you would place on it, because
that the
again,
house
I don't
not
think
be enlarged beyond that.
You can't
that
tell
would be the
nobody to
condition.
do that, David.
That's a condition.
You cannot
variance.
tell somebody to do that to their
Tom,
house.
better look at the law.
I am looking at it. I've done it more than you have, buddy. Oh, you haven't built very many houses in the
I would
mountains.
caution you against conditioning something on a by his by right use for the remainder of the lot.
You cannot do that.
I don't think the board has the authority, even if you were to grant a 10-foot setback, to say you have to build all the way at that 10 feet.
If you're going to give a variance with a condition, you can do that.
Bull.
Can you please let me talk, Tom? Come on. And if I'm proved wrong, that's fine. I don't care.
Okay, Dave.
I'm trying to get a question answered here. If you're going to approve a variance with a condition, the condition is not met, they can do whatever they want within the bounds of their rights. Within the bounds of their rights. But if they're asking for a variance, which is a right, that you're granting them with condition.
Yes, you have discretion to impose conditions. We need to see, I guess, what type of conditions you want to impose. I mean, we can't impose unreasonable conditions that would...
You can't impose unreasonable conditions.
You can certainly condition because, again, it's a discretionary permit. The variance is discretionary. You're not required to issue the variance.
We're not making them build it at 10 feet. We're offering it with condition.
Right. I would suggest there were some questions on a 10-foot, again, in connection with the 10-foot and requiring them only to park in the garage. I would suggest that enforcement of that would be almost impossible. So you would get calls from neighbors, hey, they're parking in their driveway.
I would suggest that the neighbors will probably enforce it.
Well, but again, as for the county enforcing it, you're going to get calls from the neighbors, hey, they're parking in their driveway. The truck is 1 foot into the right-of-way. What are you going to do?
It's a breach of their variance.
So you have them tear the house down?
No, they can be penalized under. You could penalize them under code.
The code enforcement would be an issue, I guess, is what I'm saying. What I'm suggesting.
May I speak just for a moment? I'm
just trying to think outside the box.
I appreciate that. But here's what's going to happen. They're either going to build it by right, the building that we showed you before with the flat roof, and they're not going to ask anybody for anything.
Make it a box, right? And then they would think inside the box.
It would be a box. They would be in the box, and the neighborhood would be looking at their box. If you were to grant such a thing, to grant an even closer variance than the applicant is already opposing, that doesn't mean that they still can't push the house down to 25 feet. What you're proposing is the allowable area that they can build expands. They can build out to 25 feet. Well, by right, they can build a 25-foot on the right-of-way on Road 222.
But if you impose a condition on that variance, they can't expose. They can't. The variance goes away if they built out to the 25 feet.
Absolutely not.
But they wouldn't need the variance to build out to the 25 feet, is what he's saying. By right, he can go 25 feet.
They can be 10 feet closer to Road 222 and block his view by an additional 10 feet.
So they're trying to pull it back.
If you pull it further up, because we tried to pull, that's why we're asking for the variance, is to move it up closer to Emery Lane, so we're no lower than the existing house. In fact, we're back a couple of feet, with the exception of the decks.
That's why they went to 15, was your idea of pulling it back.
My idea less drastic.
What we can do is take 3 feet off of the 14-foot decks, so they have 11-foot decks. Now we're meeting by right. off of Road 222. We're at 25 feet to the deck, by right. If I understand what you're saying, is they can now make the garage bigger, closer to Emery Lane, which does not require them to move further than 25 feet from the right-of-way on the low side. The building potentially, I don't think it'd do it because of the turnaround issues, but you're potentially giving them more building between the roads by saying, okay, we'll grant you an even greater variance on the front. They can still build the 25 feet on the low side.
And your condition is
That they wouldn't do that.
It has to look the exact same as the
footprint.
plan that it is, right?
I've never run into that.
You can't do that.
But
why can't you do it?
Ask the lawyer.
It's by right.
By right.
You're allowed in that zone to comply.
That's
Then
my
it goes
suggestion
away.
is I don't think you can impose.
It's not imposing, it's offering a condition variance.
Oh, no.
Well, again, I don't think then, even if you were to grant the 10 feet on the front from Emery Lane, I don't think then you can say, well, then your setback requirement on the back is only 30, and now we're moving it to 30 because the building's got to move. If you move the one side, that doesn't restrict his back from Road 222. He still has 25 feet. Yeah. You can't then say, well, we're going to move it 5 feet up to within 10 feet on Emery and move it from 25 to 30 on the back. He still has by right to go all the way to 25 on the back.
Brent? No, and something I just heard right now that might even be a way to get to what you're thinking too. You said that there's right now the patios or the decks are 14 feet. They'd be willing to go 11 feet, get rid of that front variance. That gets 3 feet less of obstruction on the decks.
There we go.
And then, so it gets you close to that 5 feet that you're looking for. They're okay with that. It's pulled up. They've done kind of what you've wanted to from the beginning. And
that's all I'm trying to achieve is a little less
bit extra,
imposing on what's already there.
Would the decks be okay at 11 feet instead of 14?
I will
Apparently,
agree.
yes.
I agree that that's a good solution.
That could be the solution.
Thank you for your math.
I'm sure. Tom, you would probably like to make the motion.
I'm going to make the motion.
Yeah. With that in there, you'll have a second.
Absolutely not. I'm going to make the motion to approve.
Okay, we're bringing it back to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'm bringing it back to approve, to deny the appeal on item 6A. To let them build it the way it is, the way they've done it, and spent all their money on doing it this way.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
You have a first, second?
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
No.
Supervisor Rogers?
No.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 3-2.
All right.
Try it. Thank you.
You want to go to lunch or?
Yeah, we need a break.
Yeah. It's after 12 now.
Want to continue or just?
We can break
No,
for lunch.
You want to go to 12:30?
Yeah, to 1:30 because
Yeah, that's what 12:30 we will.
This next is going to be a
The
long
next one's
time.
gonna be a long
This one ain't
one,
going to
man.
be.
All right.
It can be no
Let's
short
break for
deal.
lunch.
Yeah.
Let's come back at 1:30, I guess. 1:30.
Return at 1:30, Chairman?
fish camp that was like that.
Oh, yeah.
All
right.
Just like those. Yeah.
This meeting's back in session.
Okay, public hearings. 6B, Water and Natural Resources Department, hearing pursuant to Water Code Section 10723 to determine whether the county will become a groundwater sustainability agency for a portion of the Chowchilla subbasin of the San Joaquin Valley Groundwater Basin. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes per individual for oral comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Really, there's 3 items here on these public hearing items. Julia Berry is going to give you a presentation about our public outreach in particular. She's bringing up the PowerPoint right now. So with that, I will turn this over to her here shortly when the electronics come up on the screen. So can't log in. Excellent. So with that, Julia will now give her presentation without a PowerPoint. And with that, Julia Berry.
Today we are holding 3 consecutive public hearings for each of the 3 subbasins in Madera County. The first subbasin will be the Chowchilla subbasin. The second will be the Madera subbasin. And the third is the Delta Mendota subbasin. We've done some substantial public outreach in preparation for this hearing.
I need you to log in.
So when the PowerPoint is pulled up, we'll be able to look at the different public outreach we've done. So the purpose of this hearing is to form groundwater sustainability agencies in compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We've had several presentations in front of this board.
They're ready.
Okay, we're ready to go. So the timelines that we're working under are based on our prioritization as a basin. The Department of Water Resources went through the state of California and prioritized our basin along with most of, if not all, of the basins in the Central Valley as high priority. And so that puts us on an accelerated time frame. I'll remind you that June 30th is the deadline for local agencies to create groundwater sustainability agencies, and that is what we're doing here today. January 1st is the deadline for each subbasin to come up with 1 or more groundwater sustainability plans, which we are on schedule to do that. So the process starts with what we're doing today. We're having a public hearing. There are 3 resolutions in front of you for consideration. The language in those resolutions indicates that the Board of Supervisors is interested and willing to become the governing board for the groundwater sustainability agencies for portions of each of the 3 subbasins. Once that is completed today, we will file our notice of intent with the Department of Water Resources, and that has to happen within 30 days of today's hearing. Once it is received and posted on the Department of Water Resources website, that's important, the day that it's posted on their website begins our 90-day period. The 90-day period is a waiting period where people can provide comments on our notice of intent. Well, it's not a comment period.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, I'm laughing a little bit. Yeah, we've learned from this. It's a 90-day waiting period, but it isn't a 90-day comment period. But people can submit comments.
It's a cooling off period to see.
I don't really know, but it's one of the interesting ways the law gets implemented. Because we asked very specifically before, well, it's not a comment period, but it's a 90-day waiting period. So
right.
And you can submit comments, by the way. So
well, this won't be happening in our county as far as we know, but there are some places where there are some disagreements about which properties should be claimed by what agency, and so other agencies could comment by filing on top of other agencies. But in our county, that's not happening. So,
and in terms of us forming a GSA, there's no, the county has to, because who would take over the white areas, right? We're going to be.
Yeah, let me just.
That's the only way that it doesn't go. If there's no GSA, state takes it.
So let me answer that. So as we sit here today, and as was planned, and Supervisor Rogers and Fraser are fairly aware of this, we're the last ones to file. The rest of the county, the water agencies have filed for their GSAs, right? As you've heard me say many times in public, we're the local agency of last resort, right? So the Act very clearly says that if nobody files for these areas, the county either takes those areas or can opt not to take those areas, which, as you know, is a very bad idea, right? So as we sit here today, Lots of agencies, again, you got to be a government agency to do this, have filed to be their GSAs. We're doing, as we said we would do, coming as the last part to make sure we're covering everybody and there isn't any areas unattended.
Okay, so once our GSA, our notice of intent is filed with the Department of Water Resources, they post it on their website. After 90 days, we automatically become, unless there's some issue, which I don't foresee, we automatically become the exclusive groundwater sustainability agency for the properties which we claim under our groundwater sustainability agency. So what have we done in preparation for this action today? We have held several public meetings. We've had a meeting in the Chowchilla Subbasin. From that meeting, we assembled a Chowchilla Subbasin Advisory Committee, which has met one time. In the Madera Subbasin, we had two different public meetings. We also coordinated with Supervisor Brett Frazier to hold a town hall that didn't have anything on the agenda except for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And the Integrated Water Management Group meetings are not meetings that the county puts on, but we have been participating regularly, and I attend with my co-worker, Dario Dominguez, and we give an update at each of those meetings about what's happening with Sustainable Groundwater Management Act.
It was the only thing on the agenda, and we still didn't have enough time to cover it all.
Just let me point out that Julia, what she's saying is, she assumed this position in May of last year. So what she's talking about is the public outreach has been done since May of last year. Prior to that, yours truly was overseeing that for several months, and there was a significant amount of public outreach done at that time. Many of you were a part of it. And prior to that, when Public Works was handling, there were different, so there's nary a meeting we go to, whether it's at the VFW or whether it's at all the way in the mountains or in the ranchos or in Chowchilla, where we don't have a discussion about the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. One of the reasons why we go to meetings is just to be there to have these discussions, right, in addition to these formal things. So
I was going to point that out, too, that there's a lot of informal public outreach as well, where we're talking about it at everywhere we go, talking to different people. One question, who is on the Chowchilla Subbasin Advisory Committee?
That meeting had 10 different members. Do you want me to mention their names publicly?
Is it names, or is it their agencies that they're...
No, they were landowners, actual landowners. Okay. Or, yes, they were actually all landowners. There may have been someone there who also has a farm management company, but he owns his own property as well.
Okay.
So continuing on with public outreach, we also mailed public notices to landowners in the county responsibility areas on both in August and in September. The first notice was just an introductory notice. It was one page that explained the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, explained that the county had created a department and hired yours truly to manage that department, and also explained to them what the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act meant to them at this time. The second one was more general information, and also invited the members of the Madera Subbasin to the public meetings that we had. A big part of this process that isn't discussed by everyone, but we are certainly focused on it at the county, is that the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is also very focused on disadvantaged communities and other stakeholders. So we have been on the agenda at the Fair Mead Community and Friends meetings, and we are also very close with Self-Help Enterprises, and I deal with Juan quite often. They work with disadvantaged communities, as you all know.
I just mentioned we were in Fairmead as recently as last night, so with staff.
Mm-hmm. Additionally, we will be, this is not part of my PowerPoint in writing, but we will also be wanting to and needing to engage the North Fork Rancheria tribe, because the tribes are listed as a stakeholder. They will be a groundwater user. So in addition, as you all know, we've also created our website, which will begin to get built as we move in the process, and we are willing to post any information from other groundwater sustainability area agencies in our area, in our county. So before we move on, I also want to point out that this body, has also received 3 updates. So those are public updates. One was on June 21st, the second was on August 9th, and the third was on October 18th, which was a substantial, the one on the 18th was a very long presentation that talked about more things than just Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, CAS, GIM, and lots of other things. So we have definitely been working very hard on public outreach, and I have made many, many personal visits to businesses like Valley Children's and Azteca Milling and private large landowners that are in the agricultural community. I will map their properties. I've done it. I've come to their office, and we are working hard to get out there and talk. So
I got to tell you, and as I'm in the office, as you know, I'm a fan of being out in the public and all that, so I'm not in the office a lot. And I got to tell you, I think Julia is in the office less than I am. That's how often she is out in the community doing these things, because as you well know, and I think you will support, when you show up at somebody's farm or their ranch, first of all, they're very surprised that somebody from the government would actually do that. And it gets their attention, but it's very important it's so that we can understand them. It's just as important that we understand them as they understand us.
I think she's doing a great job.
yeah, in addition,
Especially if they're pretty.
The farmers, I'm pretty. Additionally, as part of our, we are administering a $500,000 grant on behalf of the entire county, all of the agencies in the county, and as part of that quarterly reporting, I keep a log of every phone call that I get. And so I have added that we have reached almost 3,000 people either through each of these, through our meetings and our mailers and just the phone calls that I've received and the meetings that I've conducted. So I'm definitely focused on it. So moving on. Just a little bit about groundwater sustainability agencies, so we understand this is a very brief presentation about what we're doing here today. What is a groundwater sustainability agency? You've seen this before. We call it a GSA. That's the acronym. Only local agencies are eligible to become groundwater sustainability agencies, except for in some certain particular instances where some mutual water companies were able to pass legislation to, or are hoping to do that to become a GSA, but that is not something that we're involved in right now. Madera County is responsible for the areas, and we will be responsible for the areas not otherwise covered by other agencies. And as Norm indicated, we are the last agency to go in each subbasin. We did that on purpose. That was our strategy, so that we can make sure that we catch everything that has not been claimed already. And just for the record, some GSAs may be formed from more than one local agency, and that is happening in the Chowchilla subbasin. I'm sorry. Okay, so on to each of our subbasins. First, we have the map from the Chowchilla subbasin. I will explain what's happening in each of those areas. As I mentioned, agencies can join together to form a groundwater sustainability agency, and we're seeing that in the Chowchilla subbasin. The first groundwater sustainability agency is a combination of the Chowchilla Water District and the city of Chowchilla. They are going to go under the governing board of the Chowchilla Water District, but they are partnering together. Secondly, Merced County has a very small amount of acreage, probably somewhere between 500 and 750 acres. It's not something that we will be directly involved in. They'll be forming their own GSA for that small area. And the third GSA will be our GSA, which is the County of Madera, and we've had a request from the Clayton Water District because they would like to be a part of our GSA. And as other districts form in that area, they will also be included in our GSA. So in that area, there'll be 3 GSAs and 1 groundwater sustainability plan. So we'll all be working under one plan in the entire subbasin. In the Madera subbasin, we have many more players. Each of the local agencies chose to form their own groundwater sustainability agencies, and there will be 7 of them. Each of us will manage our own groundwater sustainability agencies according to one groundwater sustainability plan. And may I note that none of the groundwater sustainability plans anywhere in the county, and I don't know if any counties have fully tackled groundwater sustainability plans. We are in the beginning stages of gathering data, and we have not started writing the plan yet, with the exception of the Delta Mendota subbasin. The Elisa Water District is its own groundwater sustainability plan. Sustainability agency, and the Elisa Water District will actually have their own plan. So they will have their own agency and their own plan. We are coordinating with Columbia Canal Company, who was able to, at this point, file under the San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors to become a groundwater sustainability agency. And we'll be coordinating with them. The groundwater sustainability plan for the Delta Mendota subbasin, the way it's looking right now, is that there will be one plan for the entire Delta Mendota subbasin, which spans many counties and many, many, many agencies. And so we will be coordinating with the San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors. They're in the process of putting together a groundwater sustainability plan. which will probably be a chapter of the overall plan. And our properties are very close to where they already have monitoring wells, so we're going to coordinate very closely with them.
So that's that little white area between the green and the pink. Is that our area?
Yes.
That one? And then like the other little...
It's mostly property that's along the river between Columbia Canal and a little bit between Elisa Water District. It's not very much property.
Not very much, but we still have an interest out there.
Well, yeah, we do exist in there for one, and then the other one would be that, that each one's a little different, and this one we'll be working more in a cooperative role with this, because the part that's in Madera County is very small compared to other parts. It's quite large.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that concludes my presentation.
Staff's available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Any questions from the floor? Go ahead, Fred.
So on that Chowchilla Subbasin Committee, do we have one in the Delta, Mendota, and Madera Subbasins, an advisory committee, or?
Yeah, we can. We have about 10 landowners in the Delta Mendota Subbasin, so that would make an advisory committee.
And then how do people get into the Chowchilla Subbasin Advisory Committee?
Yeah,
is that open to everybody, or is it,
yes,
limited?
Absolutely. In fact, I will be drafting a stakeholder outreach plan as part of our grant, which will be for each of the different subbasins for the other players. We're not in this alone. We also communicate, or we also work with the other agencies. But the way that we formed the advisory committee thus far in Chowchilla is we had a public meeting, and anybody who came to the public meeting or who called me and expressed interest can be on the advisory committee. And it's not open to just agricultural members, although that committee only has agricultural members on it right now. But like I said, we also need to include disadvantaged communities and tribes and other stakeholders who are also groundwater users and, people who live in the city if they're interested in being involved.
So and you're looking to replicate that in every subbasin, all three subbasins?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I'm just following up, just to get a little more information on that advisory committee. So what kind of a role do you see the advisory committee playing, like in Chowchilla or in the other subbasins?
Yeah, so at this point, like I said, we're just in the process. We just issued a notice to proceed for our engineering firm just at the last meeting on the 3rd. The engineering firm that was formed, David's Engineering, was chosen. And so I foresee once we have the data together, we'd be more than happy to share that data and to start soliciting input as we write the groundwater sustainability plan. At this point, I think that's what their role would be.
So many times what you get when you have an organized group that comes and you work with them and, you're exchanging information and they know about things, not secondhand, thirdhand, and that. What you get is get a group of people that go out into the community, and when they're at a coffee shop or some other establishment and somebody's saying something, and you many times can go, no, that's not really the case, right? I mean, these generalities, right? The county's not doing anything. No, it's not the truth at all, right? And you can hear them about any kind of thing in this community. So the big worth of an advisory committee is for them to get knowledge and to get that knowledge to the community, and it helps, right? I mean, Julia getting in touch with 3,000 people in the last is incredible. But you imagine when those people talk to other people and talk to other people, right? And so the big thing is to keep a group of citizens informed, and so that they can help keep the larger populace informed. It's a big part of it, yes.
With the real facts. And that's a good thing. And then how about receiving input? Because, the word advisory committee can mean two different things. It could mean we're advising them or they're providing advice for us. And, just from a pure, sense of democracy, I always like the idea. Well, let me put it this way. We all feel very frustrated with, say, what's going on in D.C. and what's going on in the state of California, and we feel like we have no voice. Nobody's listening. It's just kind of like it's a voice crying in the wilderness. Whereas, one thing here on the local level, Madera County and whatever city jurisdiction, that's the place that doesn't have to happen. I like to have the citizens, whoever they are, stakeholders, have that voice to be able to, come to meetings like this, and an advisory committee actually being folks who, because, I imagine, there's some folks that, are very well educated and are up on water issues and so forth, that it could provide some input for us as we move forward to put together the plan. So anyway, that's...
So what we're about to enter is a planning process. And I'm your county planner, and this is very, very comfortable for me where we're about to be. So forming this agency is what needs to be done to meet a deadline. This agency won't start doing things, believe me, because you can't implement a plan that isn't written, right? Many of you have heard me say that, and you'll continue to hear me say it, right? And then somebody's giving me a good idea, I'll sometimes say, sounds like implementation of a plan, right? Because we're going through a planning process, right? And so, I do this for a living. I know where we are. Advisory groups, what are good in any kind of planning process, they're good to get information out to the community. They're good to tell us things we don't know, right? You know, I mean, a lot of us are from here and live here and grew up here, and our families are from here, but we don't know everything, and we know that, right? And so we like to listen, and we like to understand, and it's a two-way street, right? Of them understanding us and us understanding them. So in any planning process, do I appreciate an advisory committee? Absolutely. Does it mean that they are also a special group of stakeholders that are going to drive the process? Not necessarily, right? You know, they're an important group, just like anything else that we should listen to. So I am very happy to have advisory committees. I think exactly what you said. We get input we wouldn't otherwise get. Sometimes we're honed in on the data and the process, which you have to, you know, put out to the public. And then the public might very well say, well, did you consider this? And we'll go, you know what, we didn't, and that's a darn good idea, right? You know, you know, what's that saying? We got a few sayings written in my department, and it's a long one, and we did it, it was when we met with the school districts, and this great guy from Fresno State says, you know, when you do something, there's a lot of people that are going to have ideas, and some of them are good. So listen to everybody, right? You got to listen to everybody.
And by the way, we had a conversation yesterday, and he brought up the word, or that term, special interest group. And I started thinking, you know, isn't everybody a special interest group? Because if you're an organization representing something your special interest, the people here with their house earlier today, they were special interest. They were interested in their house, a very special interest. So really, everybody that appears here is a special interest. So it's not a bad word.
Thank you. Yes, we all have something special we're interested in. You brought up a good point. I want to just emphasize it a little bit for the public in general, and that is that in forming these GSAs, we're not talking about a simple situation here. And there's going to be a sharp stick, and we're all going to get stuck. I mean, the fact is, this is not going to be a pleasant thing for anybody. And ultimately, decisions are going to be made that affect us in a negative way, no matter who you are. And it's just been kind of long overdue as far as dealing with it. We've been forced into the situation. But I don't want people to think, well, we're going to be able to stave off something by having input. The fact is that it's going to happen. And the laws are going to come down, and they're going to be hard and onerous, and they're going to hurt. And we need help getting there, yes. And in the least onerous possible way, yes. And do we like it? No. This is not a fun thing, and it won't be fun. I just wanted to make that clear.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, David is so right. I mean, every time we started talking about water about 4 or 5 years ago, it's been contentious every single time.
Every direction.
And I remember one time when Dave, you said, if I own this piece of property and my water goes through to hell and back. You know?
Right.
We all found out that ain't true. But, and these advisory groups and special interest groups, however you want to do it, you know, we've got quite a few of them on it. And if you remember, Rob, we got one for the Measure T, and we had one for the Measure A dollars. And like the 22A, and they do meet monthly, or the transportation, don't they meet quarterly, but still, that input for us to get is so important, because we can't be every place. I mean, we try to be, at least I know I sure have tried to, and we can't do it all. And so we need this plan input from everybody. And nobody's going to be the dictator of this. I don't care who it is. I mean, and just like 22A, I mean, and I'm going to make it public. We got a letter one time just a month or two ago that they almost demanded they wanted this and this, and it has to go through the process. They're advising us they want that. So it still has to be approved by us before that can be done. I mean, it's nice. I wasn't done yet.
I thought you were.
Oh, okay.
Fred?
I am.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been set up here, and I think that's why the saying is whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting, and that's what everybody needs this for their livelihood to live, and so that's why this is such a big issue. But at the same time, and I know this is going to be onerous, but we could actually make something better out of this. We could figure out how to better manage what this important resource is to our economy, to our very livelihoods. And the only way that we're going to do that is having as many smart people looking at this as possible. Everybody that we possibly can engage in this. And Julia, you've been doing such a great job of getting out, because every meeting that you've had, there's been more smart people there than me, because I'm just impressed at how much everybody understands about this. And that's what's going to really bring it all together and allow us to have a plan that benefits everybody. I mean, it's ag, special districts, making sure that the people that are in these rural residential pockets have the ability to recharge and get water back in the ground so that they can sustain their way of living, that ag can continue to produce. And if history has shown us anything, after all of this is said and done, ag will find out the best way to properly use every single drop of water to maximize the amount of crops that they can take out. There is no one better at producing things than the American farmer, and every time that some legislation is thrown at them, they figure out a way to continue their way of life. And so having all of that together is going to be what's going to make this plan something that not only can we live with, but will hopefully make it allow us to thrive and actually have a better place after. I know there's a lot of heavy lifting that goes with this, and it's scary because it's so unknown, and the state doesn't give us a whole lot of known quantities with this. They say, this is what you're going to have to do. You figure it out. Well, what are the guidelines? Well, we'll let you know after you figure out that one. And then, so they're letting us fix all of their problems at the local level, which is where they should be fixed, because we actually know what's going on. We're not at the 20 or 30,000 foot viewpoint where nothing gets done. But I applaud you for your efforts at outreach. I welcome everybody that can come to the table and actually help us to get our arms around this behemoth of an issue, to make this not such a bad word, but something that not only we can live with, but thrive with. So,
we have this problem on our lap, okay? Without having said too many words, we take care of this problem ourselves, or the big brother's going to take care of it for Sacramento. That's very simple. That's what's going to happen. And if we don't take care of it, fellas, we're going to have somebody else tell us how to do it.
Exactly.
Okay? And they aren't the smartest people up there, but
I agree. That's a ditto, buddy.
I don't think they're right on this high-speed rail.
I think this is an opportunity for greatness for us to.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to.
Hey, Rogers, come on.
I wanted to just say that Supervisor Frazier brought up something really important. That's innovation, and I want to say that there's a lot of innovating going on, and that Julie is a big part of that. She's come up with some great ideas that I've been vetting on the side, and I'm getting very good response from some of those. And we're not in a position to share those today, but I think it means
sounds like plan implementation, huh, Norm?
Yeah, it means more resource for everybody concerned, and a beneficial benefits to all the people that we represent, and that's the end result that we hope for, is that we can provide those ways of sustaining our groundwater, but at the same time continuing a great way of life and being thriving at the same time. That's what we all want to do. We all want to thrive, and we don't want to end that. We're the number one fastest growing ag economy in the U.S. That's an awesome thing, but that could end tomorrow if we don't have this resource, and we want to continue being a top producer.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, just one real quick thing that Brett reminded me when he was talking about the state when they throw this stuff at us. I mean, you guys all remember, I think it was 06, 07, we done the IRWMP plan for Madera County. We were one of the first ones in the whole state to get it done. We were the only one that had one that had the mountains and the valley in. And as soon as we got it done, a couple of years later, they changed all the rules on it. Then they wasn't going to fund us to redo it to their new rules because they were trying to fund all the ones that hadn't got it done yet. So since we got it done first, I think you said a while ago that some of these other places already got them done. We're probably the smart ones here, because we're going to figure out what the rules they're going to change and change on us. And after we work our tails off to get something done, just like that IRWMP plan. And that's still one of the best plans in the state as far as I'm concerned.
Sure
and
is.
One of the days they're going to give us some money to redo it, hopefully. They keep knocking us down, but this is going to be the same thing with this.
So the moral of the story is to move at the same speed as California.
Is the button on?
The button right there.
Right in front of you.
On the microphone.
On the microphone.
On the base.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Christina Beckstead, Executive Director at the Madera County Farm Bureau. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to comment. I have been asked to read a letter that we submitted at the last hour on Friday afternoon. I don't know if it made it into the board packets. I'm assuming it did. There was a slight change. Okay, I did bring another copy this morning because there was a slight change within it. But I have been asked to read that letter publicly as well as answer any questions that the board may have about it.
I mean, do you think we need to read it? I mean, we all had it. I read mine last night. I got it marked a few times, as you can see.
Up to the board.
Council?
Yeah,
where was the,
you want to read it
where was
into
the
record.
change that you saw?
The change was in the... It would be the second paragraph on the second page. The County Water Advisory Commission instead of committee. The original letter said committee in it.
Which one? It says it starts out in the legislature?
No, the next paragraph down, this GPAC, PPAC.
Well,
It should have read the County Water Advisory Commission, and it was the committee, and the letter originally said committee on
And
it.
I think we actually have the updated one.
Do you? Okay, I did bring one this morning and provided it to the clerk.
I've got that changed letter as well.
Is that okay with you, Christine?
Do you want to summarize it and
Essentially, I can summarize it. Essentially, the Farm Bureau has asked that the board consider creating some sort of an advisory commission or an advisory, a little more than just an advisory group. So to create some sort of a GPAC or a PPAC, the Ground Pumpers Advisory Committee, like some of the other counties have formed, and have actually involved them within the SGMA process and to help aid in the governance of SGMA. So once the GSP or the Ground Sustainability Plan is implemented, to have someone there in that respect. So that's what we are asking for the board as far as the governance structure goes. We're not opposed to the county GSA. In fact, we appreciate all the efforts that the county has made in getting the GSA together and getting prepared to file for the GSA. We plan to work, and we would like to work collaboratively and collectively with the county, and you have the county use some of our efforts to engage more people within the group. Are there any questions from the board as far as this letter is concerned?
Yeah, I've got a couple. Nobody else.
Wheeler? Tom Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I mean, we really want your input. I mean, you guys are the farmers around here, but a couple of things on your letter. For one thing, we talked to our county council, and the GSA can't be changed. We can't have member at larges. You can be advisory like we talk about, like Rob talked about, just like anybody else can that's in those districts. And the second thing on your I got a bunch of questions I could ask, but I'm not going to go into detail on because it's almost like this letter is saying that our water department that we've created, that Julia is the head of right now, is not that important to you guys. And in your last paragraph, you got on there that you have more than 1,200 members. About 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 5, there was a big story, and I actually talked about it here at the board meeting, about what's happening to our small farmers in all over the United States, just not here. And the biggest thing was that the farming community, the old farmers are all getting old, and their young generation's not interested in that. So what happens, these guys sell their smaller farms, 40 acres to 120, 200 acres to bigger deals, and they get bigger. And in around 2011, the Farm Bureau only had 800 members. And now you're saying they got 1,200. I don't know about if we do that or not. And just in our Madera sub-basin alone, the county represents 1,250 agricultural landowners that we represent, just in the Madera basin, not counting these other two. So I just got a problem with those kind of things like that. And I know why you guys really want to be in this, I think, personally, because we've had some head-knocking deals in the last 4 or 5 years every time we talked about doing like a moratorium on ag wells. You know, it's just, you guys are using, 95% of the groundwater, and the urban people are using 5%. That's just the bottom line. And so we've got to all work together to see, like they both said, to make this Madera County survive by this overdraft, this water, and I think that's what the state has done. I mean, the governor said, we're going to do this, and somebody's going to have to step up to the plate. So as far as you guys being a member, a voting member, anything like that, it just is not going to work. You just have to be just like the rest of the people in Madera County advisory on our committees. So that's my opinion.
Supervisor Poitras?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christine, I just have a question. Number one, you mentioned some other counties have an arrangement where the Farm Bureau or similar organization is part of the GSA committee or formation, or more of an official role?
So there's several counties. Some of them are in a slightly different position in that there's more than one agency that's involved within the GSA. So, for example, in Kings County, the county has taken kind of the backseat approach on it and have let the agencies that are involved in one specific GSA, and at the moment I can't think of which GSA it is at this point, but they've essentially taken a step back and said, we're going to let these people deal with it, which are water districts, mutuals, ag interests. They also have urban, and I believe there's an enviro person that's on this group, essentially, that's become this governing board. And that's an example. Sacramento County, they have a Sacramento Groundwater Authority. They also have they have appointed positions within their groundwater authority that are ag members. That I think there's one that goes through the commissioner's office, and this is a similar situation in several other counties where there's one ag appointed position that is appointed by the ag commissioner's office, and then there's another one that's vetted through the Farm Bureau, and then in turn the county board of supervisors decides, based on the vetting of the Farm Bureau, who they will choose to be on that committee. So there is flexibility within SGMA. We understand that as it stands right now, with Madera County being the exclusive within the Madera subbasin, that we will probably have to take more of an advisory position. But there's still room, for example, in the Chowchilla subbasin, because there are other entities there, to create a governing board that includes those other entities, whether it's Clayton, whether it's Triangle T when it forms, and to allow other appointed positions, not just ag. We understand, and the Farm Bureau 100% supports the idea that everyone needs to come to the table, because the only way that we can make this work is if we all do it together. Right. And that's something that I have continued to reiterate to everyone, is we can't, it's not just ag by itself, it's the urban users as well, and we understand that, but we have to do this together. So We just ask that the county look at some of these other options. There is flexibility. And in talking to some of the people from DWR and some of the other agencies that have already formed and other counties, the state wants the locals to decide what to do here, right? They really don't want to get involved. At least that's what they tell us. But, we're asking that the board consider other options, just to keep that flexibility open. That should, in a situation arise, that there is the opportunity for these private landowners, these private pumpers, if you will, to have some sort of an appointed position to be allowed to do that.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that and clarifying it, and for the letter here. For me to go through some kind of litany as far as how important agriculture is to Madera County would be stating the obvious. And it's just it's the industry that really, it was lumber industry that really got us. Actually, I guess it was mining first of all. It was mining and then lumber, and then more valley agriculture. But
someday soon there'll be an entire history lesson at 41 at the county line on how we got started. Someday soon we'll see an entire, from mining to logging, we'll have that there, CAO.
There you go.
And Supervisor Poitras, if you would like any more information on other farm bureaus, other counties, and how they're involved in the process, I can gladly put that together and provide that to the board.
That'd be good. I'd appreciate it. And and then of course, it is so important to have the Farm Bureau and the farming community's input in regards to this into this process. Absolutely. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's very obvious. And I guess. And I'd like to see those documents, but I guess what I'm thinking is that we can, as a county and as a community of stakeholders, I believe, without, working within the county organization and working really closely and cooperatively with, our stakeholders, I think we can achieve what the farm community is looking for, exactly, to have that voice. Because I think you look at this Board of Supervisors, and each one of us are very, committed and passionate about, this ag community and what it means, and with our landowners and citizens, and you get that domino effect as far as our whole economy, and so anyway, I think we can do it. We need to stop. We're really good at circular firing squads historically in this country. And we need to get away from that and look at it as a group looking for the best interests of our county. And that's so. Regardless of what happens, the Farm Bureau and agriculture is going to have a huge voice in this process.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Yeah. So as we look at these things that we have in front of us today. We have this 90-day waiting period. Hold and sit and wait. Can they give it earlier, or if we're cool enough? If we say, hey.
No matter how cool you are, it's a statutory requirement. Hey, I know. Hey.
So we're coming up. If we don't do this now, we're up against it at that June 30th deal.
Deadline.
And I know there's some extra time, but as we've learned from past, you always want to leave yourself some extra time just to make sure everything is properly done. And I know for me personally in my district, it's about roughly half is agricultural people. I know I've had to walk door to door, and walking door to door in my district is not really walking. You're driving, and you'll be on one street and get in your car and drive another 5 miles and meet the next person. But so there's. I feel hopefully people see that I am in this process here to represent ag as well in a very strong way, and then so we're going to have to go forward with this. And I know looking at some of these. Seeing some best practices in different areas, making sure that if because what I understand is that to be a voting member within the governance, you have to be a local agency. We've even looked at some mutual water companies that, they can be a part of our GSA, but they're not a governing board member like Madera Valley Water Company. And I know, as what I even heard earlier today was something new from Norm, and I don't know if it was correct because Julia was about to kick him, but that if another water district is formed within some of our areas, that they can then be a GSA later, and so where you may not be under the June 30th time frame right now, you can still go through LAFCO, try and become, as long as you're contiguous acreage, and become your own actual district. Then there's ways to become a GSA after that. So there's a lot of ways I think that we can get to this, and I think that we will continue to work together. I know that I will continue to work with you, Julia, and everybody together to make sure that everybody is represented and is comfortable with their representation within this process. And whenever we're ready, I can make a motion to do this GSA with...
There's one more comment.
One more comment?
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I just want to say, the ultimate word that comes to mind here is cooperation, because in the end, even with multiple GSAs, you have to agree on the GSP. And if you don't agree on the GSP, guess what? It's all for naught, because the state will come in anyway. And so cooperation has to reign throughout this entire process.
Okay. Come on up.
Hello, Board. Board of Supervisors. My name is Hans-Peter Walter. I'm a water attorney from Sacramento, California, and I'm here on behalf of the Madera County Water Association, which is a fairly recently formed group of landowners in the agricultural community, primarily in the Chowchilla and Madera subbasins. These are the areas, the landowners in thousands of acres of the county that this particular GSA action is going to affect most directly.
Can I ask you represent the East? Are the East in your group?
Basically, it's a growing group of
right.
landowners.
I just want to know if they're in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Who is
That's
in
great. The East, they're dairy farmers in my district. I know them.
Oh.
It's still
Yeah, IEST. Well, the reason I asked because I heard about the formation of the group, and I wanted to make sure that this was what you were talking about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I submitted a letter as well. I assume you all have copies. I'm not going to read it, but I encourage you, if you haven't, to please read it. In a nutshell, what I wanted to say, and I hope this is the beginning of and there's been a lot of, I think, very heartening, wise remarks made by the board, and I think you all realize how monumental and large an endeavor this will be for the county, and that we're really just at the beginning of a long journey, which is probably not without some road bumps and pitfalls that we need to avoid.
You're not going to have a shortage of work for the next 30 years as a water attorney, I would imagine.
Retirement.
That's I hear that a lot. And I've said the whiskey for drinking, water for fighting phrase many times. But we ought to just take a step. It is true that SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, is really a sea change, a monumental change in California law regarding the regulation of groundwater. There prior to SGMA was no statewide regulatory framework for groundwater management. It was a loose patchwork of local laws and county ordinances, if at all. And the legislature reacted to some of the reports in the drought of very low measurements and a lot of pumping and this loose patchwork of regulation by imposing SGMA and the buzzword of sustainable management on practically every important groundwater basin in the state. And in Madera, I hope to learn a lot more about it, but obviously what I already know and what you've said, there are some serious decisions and choices regarding the resource management of groundwater that are going to have to be made. All the basins in Madera County are critically overdrafted. which isn't a designation you get if the California Department of Water Resources hasn't determined that there are already some undesirable impacts occurring that really need to be reversed here. So what that means, nobody knows, and I don't think there's any guarantees, but what this causes among the association I represent and all these landowners who have overlying groundwater rights and rely on groundwater, and this is going on up and down the state, is a concern, an apprehension of where this is going to lead. Who holds the badge and the gun, and what exact enforcement and regulatory measures are going to be taken moving forward that may affect their groundwater rights and their current use of groundwater. Something that's coming up in SGMA, and I am very new to the county. I'm going to learn a lot more. I have a steep learning curve, but I'm a quick learner. I really applaud county staff, especially Julia, for reaching out to as many people as she apparently has in the past, year. That needs to keep on going, but what I will say is that everybody who looks at SGMA is really saying that the governance and the proper governance structure of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency is a key to successful future implementation of SGMA. Because you want buy-in. You want to try to establish a governance structure now so that when difficult decisions like who's going to pay for it or whose ox are we going to gore, if it comes to that, I'm not saying it will, but if it comes to some kind of pumping restrictions, how are you going to get buy-in, approval? How are those decisions going to be made to avoid big conflicts later? And so governance is important. So what I'm hearing is a lot of outreach and explaining to folks and listening to what they're saying. The part that is missing, which I think the association and the Farm Bureau is trying to stress a little bit, is what happens to all this outreach and how does it get funneled into decision making, and how do people who appear and contribute their opinions and advice or assist the county, how do they gain assurances that that's actually going to be listened to, or how does it hit the ground and actually be implemented? And SGMA is very flexible, and I will say we can't get into details now, but there are ways to appoint advisory committees, have a standing committee or commission that regularly reports to the board. And so it's not just public comment. You could form a JPA, and actually in a joint powers agreement, you can establish the size of that board of directors and who sits on it. And it can be people from the community and all the various stakeholders. So there's a lot of options. And in looking at Madera County, I realized that just in 2014, you had... maybe it's like Mr. Board Member Wheeler said, you had completed a groundwater management plan of some sort for much of the county. And it was prepared by a joint powers authority comprised of many of the water districts. And I read some of that, and it actually had a very good chapter or section on governance and how important it was and why that JPA had been established to give everybody a voice on the board. Now, apparently, that all has been thrown out of the window because SGMA, again, like Board Member Wheeler said, a new state law has been imposed, but it did make me scratch my head and wonder why that mechanism, which sounded pretty good, had totally been abandoned, and maybe whether something like that ought to be revisited. And so all I'm saying is that there's a lot of flexibility. I think governance is going to be the key. This is the beginning, and the white space landowners, I call them white space landowners, you're talking about 60,000 acres in the Chowchilla subbasin and approximately 180,000 acres of land in the Madera subbasin. So this is a huge amount of land. You need their buy-in. There's a lot of creative, I think, good win-win opportunities if the landowners get behind it to help in implementation of SGMA, whether it's putting recharge basins on land, fallowing, pumping, exchange programs, and cooperative ways that private enterprise, almost private individuals, can help the county with regulation, and then it will be accepted and will avoid conflict. So that's all I wanted to say. Again, I think it's the beginning. I do think that there's time, though, and quite honestly, you don't have to approve the resolution today if you feel you need more background, a little more outreach from staff. Some of the open questions that I was asking that I feel you all should ask also is who will pay who will pay for this groundwater sustainability plan? What is the county's role? I'm hearing that there will be one plan and there are other districts. What's the plan there? I'm new, but there's 6 or 7 agencies doing one plan. Do you guys have any information on how the county and its decision-making and its resources plug into that effort? Some of that might be something important to know, at the outset here, or at least, take a little time to find out. How are you going to make decisions? I think moving forward, a lot of decisions on SGMA implementation are going to have to be made. Is every one of these going to come up in front of the board? When you enact, and the reason I say that is when you create a GSA, SGMA allows you to at the same time adopt new ordinances, bylaws, methods of procedure. So I'm not seeing any of that. So I'm just wondering how.
It's all coming down the line. That's the whole idea of this.
Although you're deciding to be the GSA now, and in some ways, each of you would be wearing a separate hat. It's almost like a separate entity. And so I'm not. Again, there's opportunities to fine-tune the structure of the GSA and how it will operate. And so again, June 30th is still a ways away, and actually more time might give us more time to discuss and explore these opportunities to include in a more official capacity some of the stakeholder groups. Thank you for listening.
Norman, would you like to respond?
Once the public hearing is closed, I don't want to have a debate, so I'll do rebuttal when the public hearing is closed. Thank you.
Yeah. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, Hans Peter. What a name.
I had no choice in the matter.
Like mine's Worley, so I know what you mean.
I was supposed to be Hans Jacob. Actually, my mom called it Hans Jakob, but
look what happened.
My dad won.
Are you glad? And you came out ready.
I like Hans Peter, though. I would have done Hans Peter, but Hans Jakob was a little.
I'm glad you said you're going to try to learn how we do things by your letter. When I read it last night, I wrote some notes in yours too, and I figured, well, he don't know nothing about what we're doing, so. On page 3, the second paragraph, because GSAs are the heart of SGMA and implementation, it is vital that they be established in a manner that is adequate and robust enough to navigate the difficult decisions, and on and on. You must not know us very well if you just said you didn't, so you kind of helped me feel a bit better about you after you talked than after I read your letter. So we do all that. When you were talking about the committees and all that, and how we on the IRWMP plan, we had all kinds of hearings. We didn't have them here because, like you said, this is not the place to do it. We had it out in the communities, and you get that information. And then if you put these committees together, they meet and have ideas that come up that they will then present to us at these meetings here after they've gone through staff and everything else, and to see if they will work, not work, and in between work. Some ideas are half-assed good, some of them are perfect. So you got to keep doing that. Then the next paragraph, and it kind of leads in that same thing. Even if difficult or unpopular, are more likely to be accepted and go unchallenged if they are initially developed and made an open and inclusive process, which we will be doing, like I just said. And I wrote down here, we are open, it might not sound like this morning's hearing, but we're that open and stuff. Dave and I are with each other, but that don't usually happen.
Yeah, I love you now.
Yeah, I love you too, buddy. And, anyway, so we take time to figure out these issues. I mean, really do. I mean, like I said earlier, we've been talking water now since the drought started.
A long time.
And we have vetted everything you can from everybody. Just make sure that you don't try to come in here and bull us, because we don't take that very well. Tell us the real facts, the real things, and then we'll go from there and try to do it. So appreciate your letter.
I'm not trying to do that. I think
some of them, I just, when I first read it, I was thinking, you don't know us very well. You can tell because you had even admitted it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's just a lot of new decisions, and it's just a brave new world, so to speak. And so, again, I hope it's the beginning, and the association, just for my mind, myself, consultants, and others will be focusing on it because they are directing their attention to it. And so we look forward to coming back. You'll probably see me again, and hopefully we can come up with creative new solutions to make this work for everybody.
You know, I don't know who's paying you, but if you want to come to our meetings when we're doing these organizations and stuff, come on down.
Supervisor Fortress?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hans Peter, thanks for being here today. One thing I'd just like to mention, you might alter your approach in the future whenever you come to a new county that you're not aware of and you're not sure of the practices. And I appreciate your concerns because I can see you're genuinely concerned with, the lack of process that you know right now. But if you knew our county and you knew our stakeholders, you know that we can get along. We can get things done. We had a JPA to talk about, the GSAs and kind of be able to get those things going. We figured out a way to pay for it. And I don't think that that's a very difficult thing. That's going to be a minor issue as far as who's going to pay for the plan. I think the city and the county and the irrigation agencies, that's really quite minor in the whole process. There's a lot more science involved, and there's a lot more other things that'll be involved. There'll be water people, water experts in terms of hydrology that we'll lean on and so forth. So, the second thing is we are, as we mentioned to the Farm Bureau, that we're very committed to the Farm Bureau, we're very committed to agriculture here, and we're very open to input. So we're not opposed to that at all. But we like to do it in we don't like to be, we don't like scaremongering. Like you probably don't know what you're doing. You are, you're probably ignorant in the process. You didn't use those words, but that's kind of what I felt. And it's true. There's a lot of things we don't know, but we're learning, and we will get up to speed. We're developing this process. We're developing the plan. And as far as the decisions that have been made, there's something here called the Board of Supervisors. We were each elected to our offices from certain districts to represent our constituents, to represent the economy, to represent education, to represent natural resources. And we take that job very seriously. And we're not just going to make some flippant decision, based on, emotion or whatever. We're going to use facts, we're going to use science, and there's going to be information that we're going to be picking up from our staff, from our friends at the Farm Bureau, and from other stakeholders. So anyway, just, in the future, and I really love the people that hired you to come on in, but you might think about a little bit of a different approach when you come before the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
I apologize if it was taken that way. I guess it wasn't anything I've said here to this board is something I would tell any board, even today, because Sigma is so new, and having been involved in the water fights and having drank whiskey at times too after those, none of us know how daunting the future might be because it's so new. It's basically like all of us deciding to climb Mount Everest. And so I tell everybody, it wasn't a slight at Madera County. I want you to know that.
And we're aware of that.
Anyone who thinks they know what's coming when none of us have ever tried this before, that's all. It's just a healthy dose of concern and apprehension that all of us need to really focus on. And I actually think you guys are ahead of Sacramento County.
I mean, it just came across as if we didn't realize that this was a daunting task. No. We know that. We're well aware of it, Yeah.
The IRWMP plan was the same thing.
Yeah.
Brand new.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate something you said earlier I thought was very good. And we're going to need this from every player in the arena, which is everybody. We're going to all need to do this to find ways, private-public partnerships to build basins, to interconnectivity to those basins, to recharge, to buy water, to deliver it. I was talking with Cole Upton the other day, and we were talking about your idea. I might just throw it out there. I don't think it'd hurt to talk about it, but anyway, we're looking for ways to stem the tide of, or the loss of tide, let's say, the loss of water.
The loss to the tide.
Yes, the loss to the tide. We want, exactly. We want to be able to help the stakeholders in this thing. We're stakeholders too.
Absolutely.
We have land. You farm. I have a little farm, very little, but I have a little farm, and my dream is there, and it means something to me, and however little it is, and everybody has a little dream somewhere, and we don't want to mess that dream up. We want to help it. We're not dream killers. That's Norm's favorite phrase. I love it. That's why he's pumping his hands over there. We're not dream killers. We want to make this work. And so I thought that was a very good statement. And I know your employers well. Some of them, or probably all of them, if not some of them. And they're good people who want to continue their dream, their livelihood. And I don't think that's a fault at all. I think that's the American spirit. And anybody who thinks that's a fault is crazy. They don't get it. So I applaud that partnership effort there.
Let's close the public hearing and bring it back. Norman, did you want to say something?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to cover a couple things. The recommendation that we continue the item today, I don't support that. Let me just say welcome to Madera County. Few comments. This isn't a beginning, folks. This is a continuation. We've been putting a lot of effort into this for a long time, including my effort. In this county, again, they're not white lands. They're not white areas. They're county responsibility areas. That term was coined some several months ago, and so that's the terminology we use here. AB 3030. A very good plan. In fact, here's a memo with all the really good excerpts from it I carry around with me. It wasn't abandoned. It hasn't been abandoned. It's an excellent piece of work, and it's still being implemented. And then just let me tell you, without a GSA, the authority the county has, right? Under our land use authority right now through the AB 3030 plan, and we've had many people tell us and suggest we start to implement this at high levels. We could today be implementing measures from the AB 3030 plan that address the issue under SGMA. We don't need a GSA to do it. We have our sovereign land use authority, which there's only 2 other entities in this county, the other 2 cities that can do so. And by the way, we could do this anywhere in the unincorporated area, not just in the areas that are county responsibility areas. So I want to be clear about what we can be doing. We can be doing a whole lot more. There are a lot of pressure on people from the outside for people like me to be doing more right now. In other words, to be putting programs in place. But like I said, I'm not interested in implementing a plan that hasn't been written as your county planner, right? Now, are there things we can do? You bet. Right now, we're in a 215 stage, right? Which means we've got water coming that we could be putting. So, yes, Mr. Trieber and I are willing to work, and Julia's looking at it, to get basins in the ground, to get the dirt to be mined, to satisfy the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, satisfy CEQA, and all these hoops we got to do.
Let me ask
we're
you a
prepared to
question
do
real
that
quick.
today. Yes.
Did you not get an email from me last week about that very thing?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
So I want to just reiterate the idea that we are on top of it. We're moving as hard as we can, as fast as we can to implement those kind of procedures.
So the low-hanging fruit is something we're interested in, and let me be clear about where we are in the process and about the clock's ticking, for sure, right? The clock is ticking. So if we're going to take more time, I would have to want to know why we would need to do so. But let me explain to the public at large and Monte Pistaresi at home specifically, is that Julia Berry was recruited for this job. Why? Because she ran the Farm Bureau in Madera County for 7 years. She knows more farmers than most of us in this room put together, I would imagine. She knows the farming community. She was hired because the biggest impact will be to the agricultural community, right? That is the biggest impact on this, right? You live in the city of Madera and you pay a water bill, you're going to pay a higher water bill, right? It's the ag pumpers and the overlying folks who have the biggest issue. And the reason why we hired Julia, I'm sorry, I take ownership too because I'm proud of it. I put a lot of effort into it. But you made the decision, board, is because her connection to the farming community is because in her first week, the only thing I need to show her was where the pens and the pencils in the bathroom was, because she knew all of our stakeholders, right? So the notion that our full-time person who does this full-time, we're glad to have more resources. We're glad to have input. That's what we exist to do right now, is to take input and get this going. But as you well know, I have no proposals coming forward, and neither does Julia, to change land use, to change things, even though there's a lot of pressure to do it. And this board, when Supervisor Wheeler was chairman a few years ago, every board meeting, as you'll recall, we discussed water.
Every single one.
Oh, God, I'm so glad we're not doing it this
For a
year.
year.
Every
Time
board meeting.
starts all over again.
In open session, we discussed water, yes. So this was prior to all this other stuff going. So I guess I would say that we welcome all stakeholders. We welcome the input, but we plan on continuing what we've been doing and taking the input from the folks. And we have no intention of rushing rules into place and being short-sighted about it.
That's right.
Thank you,
We
Chairman.
haven't been as forthcoming as we should be about letting people know that.
Yeah, and so I look at this, and I something that just keeps coming up in my mind. You know, there's been multiple different GSAs that have filed, and a lot of the landowners that you represent are also in those irrigation districts. And we're lacking trust here. Is I think what it all boils down to is people don't trust the county to do what's right for the growers. By hiring Julia, we thought we were doing what was in the best interest of the growers because of her. She didn't have the knock was she didn't have the huge water background, but she had the huge ag background, and that's why we hired her, was to be able to work together with those ag interests. We're trying to do things to create more of that trust. You know, we just finished a lawsuit. I mean, there was for years it was just battles back and forth between the Farm Bureau and the Board of Supervisors, and so that trust was gone. And so I understand why you're here to advocate for that, where you maybe didn't at Madera Irrigation District, because most of it was in, it's farming, but a lot of Madera Irrigation District is in the city of Madera as well. But no one came with these letters during those GSA formations, and so now I have to ask you to trust us, that we're looking out for your interests, that we do care, that we're going to engage at every single step, input from the ag community that are both within MID boundaries and white areas and Chowchilla Water District. But this formation of this GSA needs to happen. The governance we've looked at that we think fits best, that will do the most good, is what we have here from our staff that has looked at it in multiple different ways. And with that, I would like to make a motion for the approval of this item.
6B. I'll second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay, we'll take up 6C.
Do we have to open a public hearing for? Yeah, we do.
Yes. 6C, Water and Natural Resources Department hearing pursuant to Water Code Section 107-23 to determine whether the county will become a groundwater sustainability agency for a portion of the Madera sub-basin of the San Joaquin Valley groundwater basin. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes per individual for oral comments.
Hi, I was going to suggest that I believe Ms. Beckstead and I just want to incorporate our previous comments from the 6B into 6C and 6D. That way, keep things moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comment from the board?
And by the way, I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
Public?
You bet.
Bring it back for a motion?
Move to approve item 6C.
Second. We have first and second?
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0. 6D, Water and Natural Resources Department, hearing pursuant to Water Code Section 107-23 to determine whether the county will become a groundwater sustainability agency for a portion of the Delta Mendota sub-basin of the San Joaquin Valley groundwater basin. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes per individual for oral comments.
Previous comments are incorporated into the record.
Right.
Yeah.
I move to approve item 6D.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You too.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to do it, right?
We'll take a 5-minute break.
How many times you guys need to apologize to
I know. No, I like what he said.
We're back in regular session, please.
Okay, regular session 7A, County Administration Department, Human Resources, Operations Division, Salary Resolution. 1, discussion and consideration and approval to adopt the revised job specifications for paid call firefighter and paid call driver operator. 2, discussion and consideration and approval to establish a new salary structure for paid call firefighters and paid call driver operations to reflect $15 an hour base pay and $18 an hour base pay, respectively, effective January 1, 2017. 3, discussion and consideration and approval to provide additional compensation for paid call firefighters and paid call driver operators upon attainment of the reference certifications, effective January 1, 2017. 4, discussion and consideration of approval to adopt the salary resolution and fringe benefit schedules for the elected, classified, and unclassified service.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Adrienne Caleb reporting this afternoon. This is an item that's brought before you, and all of the recommended actions are outlined in items 1 through 4. There's a change in the job specs for paid call firefighter, an increase in the base hourly rate, an addition of incentives for paid call firefighters and paid call driver operators, and then lastly, it's a cumulative approval of our salary resolution, and I'm open for any questions.
First of all, thank you so much. I can't tell you, this is something that I've been trying to work on for 3 or 4 years, and I brought it up many times at my town hall meetings, trying to get recruitment of volunteer firemen. I just want the public to know, Eric, this money is coming out of our reserve. That's the only way we got any extra money, right?
That's correct.
And we've actually got to build our reserve up the last couple of years, which we've never hardly had before because of the recession. And I just don't want people to think that we're just pulling this out of the air and have it. It's coming out of our reserve. Right. And drops our reserve down.
That's correct.
So whatever amount it ends up that we're paying these people, and hopefully we pass Measure L, that will supplement this back.
Right. It can't be supplanted from Measure L. So we have to just know that this can happen on an ongoing basis.
From this point, I mean, after it's passed on.
In this budget year, it comes out of the reserve, but we would be able to budget it in regular budgets in the years going forward, so that we're not, because we don't want to make an ongoing thing that we can just always dip into our reserve.
Right, yeah.
This is to get this done, and this year we had to because it wasn't originally budgeted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but going forward, we can't afford this without dipping into reserves. We can.
We'd have to take it.
We just don't make as much of a reserve deposit in next year. Correct.
That's correct.
I just want to make sure we're not making a precedence here that whenever we need to, we can go into the reserve, because that's not what a reserve is for.
No.
So in future years, we will just have if everything stays the same, we would just have less of a deposit into the reserve. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor. There's several factors that factor into that. There's obviously, when we look at the budget, we look at the property tax and property tax growth. So once all of the requirements are in, this will be part of the budget process, and whatever your board chooses to put in the reserve during budget time will be put in reserve. So it could be lower or higher,
just depending on
how much
what the receipts are the next year.
Correct, and what the fund balance estimates are at the time.
But because this is middle of this budget year, we would have to do it this way to take it out of the reserve in just this calendar year. Is that correct?
You're correct, yeah.
Okay. I think that's just an important delineation to make, so that when we're looking at different things, that the reserve fund is not just a cookie jar that we can keep going into, and we protect that in future years. So I just wanted to make that delineation. This is extremely important to get more people to come out and volunteer. We're already short-staffed, and then it cannot be paid for out of Measure L funds. Once this gets set, this becomes our baseline that we can't go below in terms of supplanting those funds. Is that correct?
That's correct as well, Supervisor Frazier. This would just become part of next year's budget request.
Regular budget.
But what is,
for my purposes, the difference between the general fund and the reserve fund, different, what is it?
Well, the reserve fund, the reserve for contingency is an amount that we recommend every year. It's a relatively conservative amount. We were, I think, right about $2.4 million.
That's correct.
And in a budget our size, that's not a large amount, but I think we have some really tight budgets, and so we typically don't have to go to that reserve very often. So, but this was something that was very important. It's a high priority, and so that's why we're recommending that it come out of that.
Money from the reserve comes from where?
It's money that your board approved setting aside for unforeseen expenditures that happen in any fiscal year.
It is general fund money.
It is general fund.
But it's general fund.
That has to be.
It is general fund. It's discretionary dollars.
It is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Joel, I just want to say, when you talk, please say your name and your title.
My apologies, Supervisor.
That's okay. No, I mean, you're new here, so it's just so everybody knows you. We know you, but some other people might not.
Duly noted, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, I think that's an important distinction, Supervisor Frazier. I think you made a very good point. And for the public to understand that a prudent contingency fund or a reserve fund would be 5%. That's prudent. And if with a budget our size, is that not true?
That would be ideal.
That's ideal.
Yeah.
Let's say that's prudent and ideal. I'm a conservative guy, so I really think the more money you put away for the rainy day, the better. But yes, we don't want to use it as a cookie jar. What it would become is one of those open holes in the artery that we've already sewn up with the $12 million deficiency we had 6 years ago. So I think we want to keep things in a safe tone. But at the same time, I think this is an important use of those funds.
Dave.
I was just going to add one other thing. This is kind of a two-part. Dave Allen, Division Chief, Madera County Fire. Is that better? How this came about now is that our PCFs are making less than minimum wage. Minimum wage went up to $10.50.
Right.
You guys know all that. It's supposed to go to $15 by 2021. So some of the discussions we had were, do we do this every year to stay with minimum wage, or what can we do to get ahead of the ball and come up with a recruitment retention program? And that's where we came up with the 15, 18, and the incentives plan that we're coming up with.
Thank you.
Thank you for that distinction.
Any other comment from the public? If not, let's bring it back to the board.
I move to approve items 7A, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
We have first and second. Roll call.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Porches?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you guys so much. Big step forward.
7B, Fire Department. Discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with HGAC BUY for the purchase of 2 tactical water tenders from Midwest Fire, and authorize the chairman to sign.
Did you want me to speak? Dave Allen, Division Chief. The HGAC, we bought the trucks for Chuck Chansey Mono Rancheria through what's called NJPA, and it's a larger federal agreement that we can buy equipment through, any type of equipment, from pencils, photocopiers, whatever, that have already been predetermined costs, the whole 9 yards. When we went for the tactical water tenders, and assuming that they were through NGAP as well, they looked us up through HGAC and sent us all the paperwork, and we did everything that we did. And I kept noticing that they had the city of Madera City, on all this paperwork. And I call them up, No, it's Madera County, and so they change it and they send it back to me. Well, come to find out, what they did is when they looked us up in HGAC, Madera City is part of HGAC. We are not. So to get the prices that we have for the tactical water tenders that we purchased, we have to be part of HGAC. It doesn't cost anything to be part of HGAC. We get to leverage mass purchases versus one-off purchases, so on and so forth, to save money. Once we, the fire department, become part of HGAC, any other agency in the county can utilize it for...
Move to approve.
Perfect.
Second.
Thank you.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Rogers?
You pause, Dave. You get it.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
I moved. Brett made it.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0. 7C, Auditor Controller Department, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with Moss Adams LLP, Certified Public Accountants, at an annual cost of $82,000 for the annual audits of special districts as required by Government Code Section 26909 for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2016, June 30th, 2017, and June 30th, 2018.
No, there's somebody else.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Todd Miller, Auditor Controller. As you know, and we've spoken before, one of my pet projects is to bring our accounting up to date for all of our special districts. According to state law, we are supposed to have those audited on a periodic basis. We have not done that, as far as I know, ever in the past, so this is the start. It's actually a pretty good deal. We have 127 districts that our auditor is currently auditing, and at a cost of $82,500, which is about $700 per district. We're working with special districts to determine how to allocate that cost. It will not be on a straight line basis. We are signing a 3-year contract. We may make some modifications later at $700 per unit. I can tell you that if I was quoting this, that would not have been my quote.
Move to approve?
No, I got a couple questions first.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. How are we going to pay for this? Is it going to be paid out of your budget, out of the special district budget?
Ultimately, it's required to be paid by the special districts. If those districts don't have the funds, we'll have to make arrangements. In the code, it says the auditor shall have all these audited, and so the auditor is. Ultimately, this is information. It's sort of a chicken and egg problem. If we have cost issues, how do we know we have cost issues if we don't have good financial data? And how do we get good financial data?
I agree 100%.
We're going to have to spend the money. So ultimately, the special districts are going to have to pay for it. Like I said, I'm working with special districts to determine how we're going to allocate the cost. Much of it will probably be on gross revenues or something along those lines. Some will require more time. A simple road district does not require a whole lot of time. There's few transactions in most cases. The harder ones will be the water districts and the sewer districts.
Yeah, that's just so good. I can't tell you, but I think what we need is, David, if you're going to make the motion, I think we need to have us working together more with with you, the auditor, and our special districts.
We are. We are working together on that.
And also with the CAO or our new guy Joe. And so, what do you think about having a committee to work on this together with you, so we keep all this motion going forward, and that everybody knows where everybody's at and where these dollars are going and coming from, and we can tell the people about their districts.
CAO, Norm, and I we're all on the same page. We kind of have that committee, I think, between the three of us.
Well, if you don't mind, if you make the motion, Dave, if you just put that, say that we work, those three groups work together when we're doing this stuff. Okay, and I'll second it.
Todd, when was the last time we had audit on all the special districts? Never. As I said, I don't know that we ever have done that. Are you aware of how long it's going to take, or what? We intend to have these completed by the end of this fiscal year. They'll be published before June 30th.
It's going to be a lot of work, huh?
It's a heck of a lot of work, and because from our standpoint, we're going through the accounting, and we're having to go back to the initial formation documents to determine whose district is that? Whose road is that?
Well, see, that's
who's in
what's
charge
good
of
about
that?
working with that department, the special district department.
We're with them all the time, talking about who.
I
Show
think
us the board resolution where the county took this or where it didn't, or what's the issue. Oh, yeah, we've got a number of those issues. We're working through them every day.
Okay.
There is
Make
one
sure-
person assigned strictly to this right now, and the rest of my staff is also, as they can, picking that up, yeah.
Okay. Todd, we're going to find out information we don't want to know about.
You're going to find out a lot of information you don't want to know about.
A lot of that we don't want to know.
But you can't make good decisions unless you know.
I had one question. Just in terms of the who pays for it, you had said something that interested me, that the auditor shall do this. So if there's a shall, does that mean that it should be picked up out of the auditor's office?
Yeah, you can think that if you want.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know, because
I think Joel Bouguet shall figure out how to pay for it.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's just, shall is a pretty strong word in legalese, and I just didn't know if that just meant that, just because, since it had never been done, if maybe that should have been done a long time ago and the auditor's office was in it. I'm just asking. I mean, I want to make this $82,000 available some way to make sure that these things are done, because it's too important. I'm going to use a Tom speak and say, I can't tell you how important this is to get this done. So, we'll figure out that and work through how to pay for it, and if it goes to special.
We may have to loan some districts money to pay for it. Ultimately, this is going to give you, because you are in charge of all those special districts, you are the board of directors for all those special districts, the information you need to make, and Norm, to make good, informed decisions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we
great.
need it. So there's a
very great
motion in a second.
You want to make a motion now?
Yeah.
Second. Okay, we have first and second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Yahoo!
All right. Thank you for
7D.
having this as a pet project. I really mean that.
Yeah, it's important.
Yeah.
And being in one of those special districts, I know.
Yeah.
7D, Auditor Controller Department, discussion and consideration of approval to hire Elaine Coe at the E-Step for the Chief Accountant Auditor position.
Move to approve.
Second.
Third.
Todd, why? Why? This lady has 15 years of experience, I think that's the number, and public accounting. She is, I'm sure Rob Poitras probably knows her. She's been the auditor over at the city, outside auditor. She's consulted with us on the 4 financial statements that I've gotten done since I've been here. Part of the reason we've got them done is her. She is a CPA, graduated magna cum laude from Fresno State. I would say,
More than you.
This is the coup since I've been here that this lady will come to work for us.
Yeah, you found the talent, and you got
this
it.
is talent, and I went to the CAO, and he saw the benefit of that and gave me permission to hire her, even though it really not correctly in my allocation maybe, but you find the right person, you strike while iron's hot.
You bet.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, call for the vote. Who made the second? I have Brett Frazier as the motion.
Red did.
I did. David made the second.
beat- I
I made the
seconded.
third.
David made the motion.
No, I made the motion. David made the second. Tom
thank
made the
you.
third.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, gentlemen. With both these things, we're going to do some great things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
7E, County Administration Department, General Services Division, Government Center Signage Replacement. 1, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with Frank & Son, Inc., doing business as Express Sign and Neon, in the amount of $42,560 to fabricate and install replacement exterior signage at the Madera County Government Center. 2, discussion and consideration of approval of transfer of appropriations number 16-175 in the amount of $42,560 from provisional contingency appropriations for contingency to building maintenance, MTCE buildings and improvements. 4 votes required.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Maria Miranda, General Services, here with Maritza with our capital projects team. Before you today is a contract with Express Sign and Neon in the amount of $42,560 for the fabrication and installation of replacement exterior signage here at the Government Center. Construction of the Government Center completed in 2006. Since then, the original signage has peeled and faded and is in pretty terrible condition. As you can tell here by these pictures, we'll be replacing the big Madera County Government Center sign on 4th and G, as well as the visitor drop-off along G Street. The public parking, which is in very bad condition, on the parking garage, and as well as various smaller signage around the Government Center and within the parking garage. We believe that it was ultimately faulty workmanship from the original vendor.
Go back one. No, that ain't. There was one in the backup. This is actually slide number 50, and it has the court drop.
Oh,
yeah, right there. Yeah.
Yes, we'll have the vendor remove the court building.
So there won't be no court building.
Right, exactly.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
So we think that the original vendor either didn't use a polyurethane paint or just didn't primer the signs initially. Based on all the vendors that they came out for the bid, they should have lasted 15 plus years. So we had a 2-year warranty. It's come and gone, so we're just at a point where we'd like to replace the signage. As I mentioned, we did go out to bid for the project, and we received 5 bids for the work. Based on the bid proposals, we recommend replacing the sign instead of repairing because that was an option in the bid. It just makes more sense to replace everything out there, and we had a great quote from a vendor out of LA, Express Sign and Neon. They do all their own in-house fabrication, so they were able to bring the cost down considerably. They also had stellar references. They've done work for UCLA, for LA County, and San Mateo County, and we called each of them, and they are all very pleased with their work. We'll also be requiring an additional extended warranty, so a total of 5-year warranty versus the 2 we had last year to ensure quality workmanship.
It was 2?
It was 2 initially, yes.
Okay.
So we have a 5-year this time around. And then we also indicated in our RFP high-quality materials, weather-resistant, graffiti-resistant, as well as LED lighting. So with that concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Okay. Red.
Oh, that was from the last one.
Okay, then.
Mr. Wheeler? Yeah.
That's so funny because I wrote down warranty last night, and I wanted to know how long it was. So it's 2 years, which sucks. Can we get a 10-year warranty? I mean, 5 years for this kind of money, it seems like that is really not very long. I mean, so if another 5 years or 10 years, we got to replace it again. At this cost, it would be twice as much then than it is now. So what can we do to get like a 10-year warranty?
We can certainly go back to the vendor and negotiate that with them. It wasn't much for the 5-year. It really was a couple $1,000. So we can definitely go back and ask for an extended warranty.
I don't know what you guys think, but 2 years, 5 years, nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
You're right. Look what we got out here.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Well, they don't look good.
You know, that's what I mean. They suck.
No, they don't look good.
That too? Okay. I mean, if you guys agree, whoever makes a motion, I'd like to have in there to see if we can get a 10-year warranty.
Yeah. Ask them to do the 10-year warranty for the 5-year. For the 5-year cost.
Just to clarify, if we can't get 10-year, are you okay with the 5-year?
No.
Oh. Well.
I mean, I hate to spend that kind of money in this. I mean, if they're that good, hell, I can build some signs out there out of metal. I guarantee you they'll last 100 years.
Maria, they already bidded on it. How do you handle if we want to go back and want to change that from 5 to 10? Read it.
Or we could proceed with the contract and add it as a change order, so we don't have to go out to bid again.
Well, let's try it. If it don't work, it doesn't work.
Right. Okay, I make a motion we approve 7E 1 and 2, and hopefully we can get a 10-year contract. Warranty.
Yes.
Second. Yeah, first and second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0. Thank 7F.
Thank you, girls.
7F, Public Works Department Capital Improvement Projects Division, Traffic Signal Installation Project at Road 36 and Avenue 12 and a half. 1, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with TJKM Transportation Consultants in the amount of $53,505.71 for transportation engineering consulting services to perform preliminary engineering design for traffic signal installation on Road 36 and Avenue 12 and a half in Madera County, and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement. 2, discussion and consideration of approval to authorize the Public Works Director or designee to issue the notice to proceed. 3, discussion and consideration of approval to authorize the Auditor-Controller to issue payments for contingencies up to 10% of the contract award amount per established county policy. 4, discussion and consideration of approval to authorize the Public Works Directors to solely issue and approve contract change orders in accordance with Public Contract Code not to exceed authorized contingencies.
Chairman, members of the board, I'm here with the acting Public Works Director. Our Public Works Director is out of the country, and he's been doing a heck of a job in the last couple of weeks. So I'll give you Jared Carter.
He is doing a good job, I'll tell you.
Thank you, Norm. Chairman, members of the board, Jared Carter with Public Works. This item is for award of a contract to TJKM Transportation Consultants for design services for a traffic signal installation at Avenue 12 and a half and Road 36 near the Liberty High School area. This is a project that we did have programmed in CMAQ a few years back, and we're preparing to move forward with it. We went through the qualification-based selection process, and TJKM was determined to be the most qualified consultant who responded to the RFQ-RFP process, and we're here to request your approval to award this contract. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
They are so ready to issue the contract, literally someone's ready to hit send on the third floor for a notice to proceed when you vote. I'm not kidding. Am I kidding?
No.
They're literally going to send the notice to proceed as soon as you vote.
do it.
Yes. They're listening right now, yes.
Okay.
That's how we like things to happen out in the ranchos.
Absolutely, man.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank you and your whole staff for the response that I've been getting from the public up there on what you guys are doing. This morning I got an email from Tom Tuso, who sometimes complains about how great you guys are doing the sanding and the grading of the snow. Paul Vining called me yesterday coming home. There was a tree fell in Road 426, and our county guys actually had a chainsaw in their truck and was cutting it out, and Paul helped him cut the tree and got it out of the road. I mean, and I called the other day. There was a neighbor called and said there was a tree that fell across the road right below my house. And if they didn't come, I was going to go cut it, but they were there within 30 minutes and cutting it out. And with all the stuff that's been happening up there, I just want to thank our road department publicly, and you and Ahmad and Brad. I can't thank you.
Good job.
Oh, I was trying to find in my board packet where there was chainsaws on this item.
I was going to saw you up, but I decided I'd tell you about it first.
Okay. Not only is this right by Liberty High School, but this is also where Ruth turns into 12 and a half. And so this is right as you're coming out of Webster, trying to make a left-hand turn onto 36 out of there. I mean, it's you just got to and go, and close your eyes. It'll help any kids that are walking from east of 36 over to the middle school, as well as Liberty High School, and then any kids west of 36 that are walking over to Webster will finally have a controlled intersection where they could get to school, as well as all the traffic that lets out there. This is something that people have wanted for a long time. I really appreciate it coming out here. What's the time frame from when we hit send after we approve this 5-0? I'm hoping everybody to when we actually have a signalized intersection there.
Supervisor, unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have the schedule. I believe the design is probably going to take, I would say, somewhere between 6 to 8 months. So what we're hoping to try and do is get this to time to where we can do it in the off-school time, because that will create.
Let people get used to it before school gets in is not a bad thing.
Right, and the impact of traffic during the construction would be really, really
Yeah.
tough. So our goal is to try and plan it accordingly to be able to do it that way. But we're certainly going to get going on it as quick as we can. Like Norm mentioned, I have a project manager upstairs waiting to send a notice to proceed. So.
And I just wanted to thank, I've worked with Stephen Lewis at Golden Valley Unified School District, Board of Trustees, Andy Wheeler, Mona Diaz. We've all talked about how important this is for the safety of the kids out there, as well as the safety of the traffic going through there. And so I just want to thank you on behalf of them as well. And this is a interagency collaboration to make sure that our kids are safe. This is one of those ones that I'm excited to be a part of, and so thank you very much. And with that, I'll move to approve. Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
No.
You better change that.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Vote passes 5-0.
I was about to print up Tom Wheeler's next campaign signs that said, "Tom Wheeler hates children."
Well, I had to do that when you said that. I want 504.
Number 8, pending legislation. Discuss, support, or oppose legislation presented by supervisors and/or staff.
Nothing at this time. We're going to reach out to Yoder on the FUTA.
On the letter you were discussing earlier?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Number 9, supervisors and staff reports.
We have none?
I got one.
No, we have one.
Real
I
quick.
have one.
I went to the groundbreaking Friday the ribbon cutting at McCaffrey Homes.
You did.
And the next day, in the Fresno Bee, the real estate log, and it says how programs have been helping Fresno County on economic activity. New homes, the economic activity in the county, they said it's $56 million last year in Fresno, but it's going to be that much in Madera County. It's the labor income, it's the tax revenues and economic activity from homes and developments like this that's going to make Madera really thrive. So I just wanted to brag about that. So when I read that, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah, I was there as well. They sold, I guess, 20 in the first 3 days.
13.
No, but they already had 8 before
Pre-sales.
with that 13.
So after that, you mean Saturday on their other one?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Anyway, over 20 pre-sales. In the first, 20 sales in the first 3 days. They had 8 pre-sales. It's amazing. I attended RCRC and also the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority, and there was one other, and my mind's slipping.
I can't help you. I
can't think of it.
Good one.
Anyway, I'll think of it.
I went to the EDC, the MCTC, and then also with that MCTC, there's Caltrans has released their draft EIR for the widening of 41, and I'm sure at some point we'll be needing to be making comments from the county on that. Staff will be bringing that forward.
All these acronyms, I thought you were going to say YMCA.
Well, I was at the YMCA playing little hoops with Supervisor Poitras over there.
I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I went on vacation.
Hey, good job, Bubba.
Okay.
Closed session?
Let's go into closed session.
this morning and this afternoon's closed session, there was one item that the board took action on, which is required to be reported out. It was item 2B. That's the Madera County Farm Bureau case. On a motion by Supervisor Frazier, seconded by Supervisor Rogers, and approved 5-0, the board approved the settlement agreement in that case, and the terms of which, as they relate to the county, is that the county is going to engage in the process of potentially codifying its water balance practice. They have to go through the public hearing requirements for that. And then also, no money is changing hands, at least as far as the county is concerned. The county is not receiving any money as part of the settlement, nor is the county required to pay any money in accordance with that settlement agreement.
Very good. We're adjourned. Motion to adjourn.
No report out on that item, no. Well, actually, I mean, the only thing to report out is that they'll be back in 2 weeks. Yeah, the item will be back on the next board meeting. Correct.
Good job.
Thanks, Enjoy the basket.